Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Let's do a quick sound test. Let's make sure the sound is good. Shalom to all you brothers and sisters that are tuning in live right now. If the sound is good, if you could press the number 1. Please press the number 1 if the sound is good. If the sound is not good, please let me know what's wrong so we can get it fixed before we get started. All right, getting a lot of ones, so it looks like the sound is good. Let me just maybe adjust my mic a little bit here. So that's good. The sound is working well. All things considered, being that everything had to be set back up, and it has been a little while since we've been here. I wanted to make sure everything is good with the sound. So if there's any issues with the sound or anything else, just type in the chat. I'm also monitoring it from my other device as well. And I've turned my phone off, or at least put it on Do Not Disturb, because there's a lot of things coming and trying to distract and prevent this broadcast from happening. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me call in the Blog Talk Radio, and as soon as I get in the queue, then we will get started.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1. To hear important instructions, press.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves. Slave ships and boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, gave we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our hearts upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where the willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonicus. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captives, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yes, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief's joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put His Spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into these other countries, over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, that you're going to be floating up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened His elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I say of the Lord will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of her. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming in Revelation 18, which says she shall be utterly burned with fire, the 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Watawada. Peaceful Sabbath, bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another broadcast. Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is July 23rd, 2021, 7:23 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I hope you brothers and sisters out there are doing well this evening, that you've had a blessed week. Long time no see, no hear. It's been almost probably 4 months to the day. I remember the last broadcast we had on Friday night was end of March, right before Passover. So we're looking at about 4 months since the last broadcast here. So a lot has happened on my end. A lot of perilous journeys and adventures, and I'm pretty sure for you brothers and sisters out there, you've had similar journeys, being the times we're living in, how crazy our reality has become, and how the devil is turning the temperature all the way up. But nonetheless, we are here, so want to give all praises to the Most High, AHAYAH, in the name of His Son, Christ Yeshaya, and the Ruach, which is the names of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew for, coming up on the Sabbath, the 7th day of the week Sabbath, starting Friday night at sundown, hence the name of tonight's, or the broadcast that we do on Fridays, Friday Night Sabbath. And also to have the opportunity to be here for another jam-packed broadcast full of information. Boy, is there so much to talk about tonight. And before we go into all of that, those details, let me just go ahead and get the title for tonight's broadcast before we go into just some brief announcements, as well as other things that just speaking of before we actually go into tonight's information. The title for tonight's broadcast: Cyber Polygon, Cyber Terrorism, the next invisible boogeyman. Cyber Polygon, Cyber Terrorism, the next invisible boogeyman. So I know a lot of you probably are curious as to what the title means, what will be the content tonight. I'm sure a lot of you as well kind of have an idea, and can get a good discernment for some of the information we're going to go into. But we're going to get all that and more as soon as we go through some of the announcements for tonight. So first things first, we haven't been broadcasting in 4 months, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there aren't aware that we're broadcasting right now. So if you could please share this, hit the like button, share it through your social media, your Facebook, your email, your text messaging, whatever ways that you can share. Please get the word out. Let everyone know that we are streaming live here on the GOCC Southwest channel. So how you could listen to this broadcast, there's a couple different ways. You can listen through YouTube. You can simply search for GOCC Southwest in your search bar on YouTube, or you could simply type in youtube.com/GOCC Southwest, no spaces, and it should take you straight to this to the channel, to where you'll see the live feed, and you just click on the live feed to watch. All right. Also, we are broadcasting, doing a simulcast through Blog Talk Radio. Okay, the guest calling number, if you'd like to call in and listen through your phone for a Blog Talk, is 515-605-9327. 515-605-9327. If you would like to speak, you have a question, comment, anything you would like to share, just press the number 1. That'll put you in the guest call queue, and we'll take your call as we get to the latter part of the broadcast. We have the Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up starting this Sunday. So let me go ahead and get the information for those who would like to be a part of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, or would just like to find out more information in regards to the Academy. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. But if you go to historytimes.org, you have here Hebrew and Bible Academy. Get your Sunday morning dose. Hebrew and Bible Academy starts on Sunday, July 25th, 9 a.m. New York or Eastern time. All right, and you would just click here if you would like to enroll. You have more information here if you would like to find out more about it. But definitely make sure that you don't let this opportunity pass you by to get in, because you never know with the way things are going. And I'm pretty sure with tonight's broadcast, it's going to bring a lot of light to that. You never know when we will no longer have access to these particular platforms to be able to live stream. Okay, and the information that's coming out right now, you definitely don't want to miss all the information that's being dropped right now. So much is going on in the earth. So much prophecies are unfolding. So much information is being revealed. And, the servants and the prophets of the Most High are, through the Spirit of the Most High, bringing forth and unlocking a lot of those mysteries that have been hid for so long. As the scripture said, hid, for ages. All right. The mysteries which have been hidden for ages and are now being revealed. So definitely make sure that you get your Hebrew and Bible Academy on if you are interested. You also have the Sabbath lesson tomorrow. GOCC NYC is where you can listen to the Sabbath lesson, and that usually starts around noon. Well, I would say about 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern time is usually when that starts. All right, but just make sure that you go to subscribe to GOCC NYC. As a matter of fact, we can go there right now, as well as some of the other channels. GOCC NYC. Here you have it. And make sure you subscribe, click on the bell. That way you don't miss any of the Sabbath services or live streams that are happening right now through GOCC NYC. Also, I know we've been streaming through Twitch as far as the most recent broadcast that we've had here on Friday night. But as of course, right now we're streaming through GOCC Southwest. GOCC Southwest. So make sure you subscribe here, because if you come here, this is going to be your one-stop hub to direct you to all the other platforms that we have, so you don't miss anything in case of us going to another platform for whatever reason, whether there's censorship or there's some information we're discussing that probably would not be able to speak about here. If you look up here on your right corner, you have the different little icons you can click on, or you can just click on the About section right here, and we have the Twitch, which is where we have been streaming most recently. You have the Odyssey, where all the old broadcasts are uploaded, And then you have D Live, a platform that we have yet to use, but it's a secondary backup to Twitch, or a, third backup to GOCC Southwest. So make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell. It'll give you the notifications on what's going on. And that way you can keep up to speed where we're going to be, because we could be anywhere at any given time. We're living in uncertain times, and things change by the second. Okay, so I just want to make sure brothers and sisters are well informed as far as how you can follow along with this particular channel and this particular part of the ministry for the Gathering of Christ Church. And so, just wanted to speak a little bit about, the 4 months that have passed since we've last broadcasted here. There's been a lot that's happened. Not going to go into all of those things, but it's definitely been a very, trying adventure. Very, very adventurous to get to where I am right now before you. Even today, I'm going to get this broadcast ready. And in the midst of trying to get this broadcast ready, I'm getting all type of phone calls and messages, and people hitting me up, and a lot of distractions. There's a lot of distractions going on right now. Some of course are unavoidable. We can't avoid some of these distractions that are happening right now in the earth, but then some of the distractions are, you have things going on in people's lives, and people are allowing themselves to get caught up in the distractions. So I'm going to go into some scriptures first to start off this broadcast, just to kind of go into the distractions and how the devil really ultimately is trying to stop this work. Ultimately that's what he's looking to do, is stop this work. And the more he can keep us distracted and keep us from putting our hand to the plow to do the work for the Most High, and busy doing other things, dealing with the distractions and caught up in those things, it keeps us from the work. So we have to make sure we're doing our best job not to get caught up in the distractions as much as we can control. All right. So I'm going to talk more about that later in the broadcast toward the tail end, and speak, a little bit more in depth on that. But yeah, so, it was a challenge just to get here before you. I had to set everything back up. All of the setup that that it took to be right here in front of you was not set up. So on top of the preparation that goes into putting all the information together, setting up, microphone check, the making sure all the settings in the computer are right, so that the sound works. I had an issue with the camera at first with the software I was using, so I had to go in and redo some settings for the camera, and then I had to get the lights set up. It was just a lot going on in the midst of trying to get prepared, and I'm being bombarded. And this has kind of been the theme for me this past 4 months, setting my hand to get some constructive things and positive things done. And it seems like at every moment, I won't be doing anything. But then the moment I go to do something, all of a sudden now 101 things get thrown at me at once. And now I'm juggling 101 balls at one time, trying to multitask and get all the things done without dropping any balls. So I recognize the spiritual warfare that's happening right now in this earth, and how the devil's operating. So we have to be able to see the devil in the details. We have to be able to see the devil and how he's operating in the moment to keep us sidetracked with the sideshows. And it's up to us to avoid the sideshows, to avoid the circus, to do the best we can to get out of the hole the devil's trying to suck us into, and stay out of that hole. Because once you get into that hole, being that you've done things the wrong way, you might not ever get out of that hole. That hole may just get deeper and deeper and deeper, and become a bottomless abyss into destruction. So, but I know that, I'm seeing, comments here. Someone says you're not alone. So that's good. That lets me know we're in the trenches, fighting side by side in this battle. And I would like to think I'm not alone. I would like to think that you brothers and sisters, over, recent times, however long, regardless of how long it's been since we've been on this broadcast, but just in recent days, weeks, and months, I would imagine that you brothers and sisters are being tried upon the levels you probably never had before in your life. And these trials are going to continue to increase and get harder and harder. So it's extremely important that we're very focused and disciplined in these times if we are to endure until the end and see the finish line so we can receive our crowns. All right. So, so that's it in a nutshell. Just want to let everyone know, we were kind of going in the most recent broadcasts that we had, 3 hours, 4 hours, sometimes 5 hours, going close to 6 hours. But right now, we're not going to be able to go in as in depth as much as I would like. I'm going to try my hardest to keep things within a 2 to 3 hour range of information, as hard as it is, because it's so much to talk about, so many layers to peel through and to go in on, and you kind of don't want to leave any meat on the bone. But for the time's sake, the fact that there is so much work that has to be done outside of just, this particular broadcast, this ministry, there's so much other work that has to be done. People's lives are at stake, their souls are at stake, and our people need our help more than ever. Both those in the church and out of the church. So we're going to look to try to do it around 2 or 3 hours and then go to the call lines. And then whenever, we finish with the call lines, the show will be done. Okay. So I want to also give an opportunity for people to call in. So this will be your opportunity. If you feel like something's been missed or there's something, going on in your neck of the woods, you like to talk about, share, discuss, all those things, by all means, call in. And your calls will help to extend the show for those that would want to maybe a little bit longer broadcast. But if there's no calls, we'll end the show. And if anybody kind of remembers, this particular broadcast, we've been doing this for well over a decade now. But if you remember in the past, this pretty much started out with just going into, news articles. News articles dealing with prophecy and information and things like that, current events, news. But more recently, we were kind of going a little bit deeper with the information and kind of more so bringing out lessons and going really deep in on white papers and books and all of those things. And not to say that we still won't do that, but, just for time's sake, and it may be this way for a time, maybe, I'm estimating 6 months before I can at least get myself to a position to be able to, get back to going in the direction how we were going. But nonetheless, it's all the Spirit of the Most High, how it works. We may not have 6 months to be here on this broadcast. So with how things are going. So, just, letting everyone know, still a lot of things I have to do on my end, personal wise, also when it comes to church business and church work. So I can't take all my time away from that to put the hours that go into prepping for to be here. But I can at least, present some information and news to you brothers and sisters, these articles if nothing else, until we can get back to a place where we can actually go in on, the deeper information we were going into. But even with all that being said, it still doesn't take away from the fact that a lot of what we're going into tonight is actually going to segue from where we left off with our last broadcast. So for those that are out there listening, I'm going to look in the chat. Who out there can remember the last broadcast we did? What was the name of the last broadcast that we did here on Friday night before the hiatus? I'll wait to see if anybody can remember that title. Trivia question for all of y'all. I know somebody probably out there is probably trying to look it up, try to find it, see what the last one uploaded was. You can't cheat. You got to be able to Got to be able to go off memory. And also, while I'm waiting for people's response on the name of the last broadcast title, but this is a whole new setup I'm doing right now. So again, if there's any issues that happen, let me know, because it's the first time trial run. Things could go wrong. We pray to the Most High they don't, but should they, please let me know if you have any issues with the stream, whether it's breaking up or the audio. Just bear with us tonight, and just maybe knocking some of the rust off and getting back into the swing of things as well. So let's see, what do we have here? Someone says MK Ultra. You have some people saying they don't remember. Somebody looked it up and cheated. Yes, we were on Twitch. I'm seeing more people saying MK Ultra. I see 1984. CIA mind control MK Ultra. All right, so I don't know how many of y'all out there cheated. All right, but I'm thinking some of y'all cheated, but for those that have a good memory, I'll just bring it up here. The last broadcast we did was Project MK Ultra, trauma-based mind control, psychological weaponry of the beast. So we were more so going into what was going on, end of the 1800s or the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th centuries, World War I, World War II, all the psychological experimentations they were doing, the Operation Paperclip, mainly the psychological warfare and the weapons that they were creating, the structure and the different systems they were putting in place psychologically to prepare for the times that we're in now. Now that they've caught up with the technology where they wanted and needed to be, right? Because back then the technology wasn't where they needed it and wanted it to be in order to it wasn't where it needed to be in order to match up with their goals and their agendas and all of their dark, sinister ideas that they had in mind, right? So believe it or not, tonight's broadcast is actually going to segue perfectly, because we were talking a lot about the different types of warfare. We're talking about the psychological warfare. And tonight, we're going to talk about the next level of warfare, which is cyber warfare. Hence the title for tonight's broadcast, Cyber Polygon, Cyber Terrorism, the next invisible boogeyman. Okay, I'm going to come back to this title. Like I said, we're going to go into some scriptures to start this broadcast off with all the different things that's going on in the earth right now and the different attacks. You can't talk about the psychological warfare and the cyber warfare without actually talking about the spiritual warfare, because that's really all this is spiritual warfare. And we've been dealing a lot with this lately in the recent broadcast that we've been doing. So if you go to Odyssey, if you go to the Odyssey website, even if you look at the last broadcast on this YouTube channel, GOCC Southwest, Operation Paperclip, if you start there and then you go to the broadcast that we did that are uploaded on the Odyssey, and you basically just follow the timeline of when we did them, it all is leading up to right now with tonight's broadcast, perfectly segueing right in to the broadcast for tonight. And we're going to go back into the we're going to go back where we picked up pick back up where we left off with the Project MK Ultra trauma-based mind control. We're not done there yet. All right, that's just where we left off, and once we get back to speed, we'll revisit that, because there's a lot of books that I've happened to come across that actually go into a lot of the exposing of everything. Okay, and like I said, because of everything being new, shaking the rust off, bearing with us tonight. Also keep in mind, because of the level of censorship that's happening right now here on this platform, I'm going to be very careful and strategic with my words. So brothers and sisters will kind of have to read between the lines of some of the stuff I'm saying, some of the terms I'm using, for the sake of not getting any type of hits against this page or this channel. It's happened before in the past. Here we had GOCC Texas, that whole thing was shut down, and we had to come here, and then no sooner we came here, it was the same persecution, so we had to go to Twitch. So now I'm going to have to be very, very careful with my words, so bear with me if I'm struggling to think of the right language and verbiage to use to make sure that we can continue to keep streaming here. But there will come times to where we won't be able to stream here, because I'll have to bring out some things that are more sensitive, and it'll have to be on a different platform. But for tonight's broadcast, I think it's safe, at least right now, to talk about what we're going to talk about. But I still will be very careful and close with my words. All right, give me a moment here. I'm actually looking up a book that I'm going to be going into mentioning tonight. I just want to make sure I have that book for the broadcast. Let me find it here. I think this is it right here. I mean, it's so many layers to tonight's broadcast. Okay, the book is pulling up, but first things first, let's go to the book of Ephesians. Right, we're talking about the different types of warfare, and we cannot talk about warfare without talking about the spiritual warfare, because it all starts from the spiritual warfare, and then it actually splinters off and branches off and goes into the other different types of warfare: the psychological warfare, the cyber warfare, the biological warfare, all the different types and forms of warfare, chemical warfare, all these different types of warfare. All right, because we must first understand the deepest part of the warfare, not the branches of the warfare, the actual root. So let's go to the root of the warfare. So we're going to the book of Ephesians to start out, and we're going to start at Ephesians chapter 2, verse 2. It says, wherein in time past ye walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So there's a lot to unpack with this scripture right here. And we've talked about this scripture in recent broadcasts, right? The prince of the power of the air, him who controls the airwaves, right? Space, the heavens, the frequencies that are in the air, the invisible and unseen things. The spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So we're going to come back to that disobedience at the end of this broadcast to talk about that. Because see, all these things are working. The prince of the power is working all of his magic, from the air. All right. And to cause confusion, right? Dysfunction and distraction in our lives. And it can lead us to a place and a path of disobedience. It says here, among whom also we all had our conversation in times past in the lust of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind, and were by nature the children of wrath, even as others. Okay, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind. So that's the whole part of the psychological warfare. We must first, before we get to the mind, we must first identify the prince of the power of the air, right? And the unseen war that's actually being waged on our minds to cause us to be in disobedience, or the children of wrath, having a wrathful nature. So now let's go to chapter 6. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 10 says, "Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil." So we're going to talk about that whole armor of God. All right. Because again, when you're talking about warfare, in order to fight back, you must have armor to protect yourself, because you're going to take blows. But at the same time, you want to have yourself equipped with armor so you can fight back and not just take blows. Okay, you may take more blows than you're able to land, but you still want to be able to fight back. It says here, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood." So this is deeper than a psychological warfare, because the mind, our brain, is a physical thing, right? It's an organ. It's a physical organ. The cyber warfare, even though it's invisible to an extent, but the cyber warfare is still made through technology, right? So yeah, there's a invisible component to our mind, with our spirit being in our mind, and the spiritual part of the cyber warfare. So you have the psychological warfare, the cyber warfare, biological, but these things are all flesh and blood. We're not wrestling against those things. What are we wrestling with? It says, "But against principalities." Okay, what's a principality? Let's go to the Strong's Concordance here. You go into the principalities, you're looking at G 746. It says, there's a lot of definition here. It says, the first place, principality, rule, magistracy. It says of angels and demons. Of angels and demons. So those are your principalities. Remember, Ephesians 2, verse 2, the prince of the power of the air. He's the ruler of the air, the unseen. Okay, and it says here, magistracy, and of angels and demons. It says a order, applications of order, time, place, or rank. Right? Commencement, chief, principle, rule. What else do we have here in Ephesians 6 and 12? It says, against powers. What type of powers? Well, I think the principalities gave it to us what those powers were. Angelic and demons. Those are invisible powers. Okay. When you look at that word, it's G 1849. It says authority, jurisdiction, liberty, power, right, strength, delegated influence. It says token of control, superhuman, a force, right? Capacity. So we're seeing a superhuman force of mastery that can delegate influence. See, it's all about influencing you and causing you to go a way you shouldn't go. Okay, let's keep going here. We have against the rulers of darkness of this world. So who's the prince of the power of the air, the god of this world? The devil. But he has those that are under him, which are the demons and the fallen angels, those rulers who actually can can take hold and possess or cohabitate with people. And then those people can then become workers for the rulers of the darkness of this world, against the prince and the god of this world, the prince of the air. So when we go into that Strong's definition right there, for ruler, it says G2888, it says a world ruler, an epithet of Satan. So Satan has world rulers that are in position to work for him. Those that are, again, in authority, who have influence and power, right, to influence your mind and have you thinking you're wrestling with flesh and blood. So the same way the Most High has rulers in this earth, which are elders, bishops, deacons, so on and so forth, as an extension of his rule in this earth for his church, Satan has rulers in government who are set up in authoritative position to cause you to be influenced by the devil's agenda and plan. And then you look at the word darkness. Darkness, G4655, darkness is the unseen. It says here shadiness, obscurity, going into the invisible realm. It says of darkened eyesight or blindness, meaning you can't see it, but it's there. All right, showing you we're not wrestling with the physical things we can see. There are powers at work. We have to be able to see the devil in the details and recognize the power at work so we don't become a victim and allow that same power that's working against us to manifest through us to cause us to be in disobedience. It says metaphorically of ignorance respecting divine things and human duties, and the accompanying ungodliness and immorality, together with the consequent misery in hell. Person in whom darkness becomes visible and holds sway. Okay, so we can become rulers of the darkness of this world. If you become a master at sin, and you can use that sin to manipulate, to gain an advantage over another person, that's sorcery, that's witchcraft. You have now become a master of that craft in that moment over that person. So it's deeper than just government. We too can become an extension for the devil and become his children spiritually, before we even get to the physical part of how they're trying to change us physically into his corrupted image. All right. It says, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Against spiritual wickedness in high places. High places like what? Like the air, the unseen. Places you can't see. He's operating in darkness. If you can't see it, that's another example of it being done in darkness or the invisible. Okay. And then when you go into the word there for high places, against spiritual wickedness in high places, when you look at that word high places, the word there is Greek Strong 2032. It says above the sky. It says celestial in heaven. Celestial in heaven. High. It says existing in heaven, things that take place in heaven, the heavenly regions, heaven itself, the abode of God and angels, the lower heavens of the stars. So you have different levels of heavens. And we know the devil was giving a certain level of the heavens to have authority and power over, as he is the prince of the air. It says the heavens of the clouds. So even the clouds is the heavens. So you have a area of the heavens that's clouds. You have an area of the heavens that's the stars. You have an area of the heavens that's above that. But he's the prince of the power of the air. So the whole cloudy area going into the stars. Because remember, he said he would set his nest amongst the stars. He would look to set his throne above the throne of the Most High. He would go back, into the heavens. So that's the whole thing. He's elevating himself into the heavenly realm, right? You have satellites that are in space. You have airplanes that are in the sky. You have towers that are emitting frequencies that are going out from the sky and traveling through the air. All right. So he's the prince of the power of the air. He owns all of that. But it doesn't mean that there isn't still some angelic forces that aren't working through that to get to us, but we have to be looking and seeking to connect with them, right? And that has to be something that we really must seek, because if we're not really seeking that, then we get distracted by the distortion. Okay, we get a distorted signal because the devil will send in distortion through the frequencies, and then now our signals are distorted and we're not really connected with the Most High the way we should be. Right? And instead of being connected with him, we then get connected to the alternate station. Okay, we turn the radio dial to another station, and now we're tuned into the devil and either distracted, chasing after our own lust, or we're just being taken advantage of in our ignorance, in our innocency. So this is the reason why it's extremely important that we're doing the things that we can do when it comes to prayer, being in obedience, to be directly connected to him. So in these times, our antenna, which is our brain, is connected strictly getting from his tower, right? Strictly from him through the Holy Spirit, right into our brains on what to do in these times. Decisions we make, choices we do. Every single step we take is critical and crucial, because that next step you take could be a step that leads you over the cliff to your destruction. Because the path is straight and narrow. There is no wiggle room to you make a wrong step right or left, and it could take you so long to get back on the straight path. And that's when people become reprobate, because most people that get off that path, they never get back. Especially those that have veered all the way off to a degree. Now, if you make a mistake and you fall here and there, that's fine. But when you get back up, go straight. All right, you got to make sure now I got to straighten my steps because I've messed up. I can't keep messing up, because I keep messing up. The devil's now sending distortion. Now I'm tuned into his signal. Now he's leading me. All right, so I hope you brothers and sisters are understanding so far. We're going to come back to this, because this is going to go into the end of the broadcast, going more into us as people and what we are, how we are to conduct ourselves. But I'm mainly so much going here to show brothers and sisters what we are actually wrestling with right now in this time. You have to be able to identify the devil in the details. All right. You have to be able to see the devil's advocate in your situation, whatever situation you're dealing with. The Agent Smith, he can morph into any person who's a weak vessel to be used by the devil in your situation to take advantage of you and to cause you to sin, or to cause you to fail the test so that you don't get to the end goal of what you're trying to accomplish. That's what's going on right now. All right. So I wanted to start there just to show, to talk about it, because this spiritual warfare, in this 4-month period, since we've last been on this broadcast, this is a warfare unlike a warfare I've ever seen in my life personally. I can only speak for me. But what's been thrown my way has been something that, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about that tonight. But it's unheard of what it's been like. But I see clearly how the devil has turned all the way up. He's turned all the way up right now. And if we're not turned all the way up for the Most High is going to turn all the way down for us and let the devil do whatever he's going to do to us. Remember, if we're lukewarm, we get spewed out like nasty, like a nasty drink, or like, you're going to drink a coffee or a tea, you want it cold or hot, right? How many people out there drink lukewarm tea or lukewarm coffee, right? It's either cold iced tea or it's hot tea. It's either hot coffee or it's a, latte, cold coffee. Nobody wants the in between, right? I throw that in the trash. That's how the Most High is with us. So let's now go back to the name of tonight's broadcast so we can set this up. Again, tonight's broadcast, Cyber Polygon, Cyber Terrorism, the next invisible Boogie Man. All right, what does all of this mean? What is Cyber Polygon? What is cyber terrorism? What is an invisible boogeyman? I think we've kind of touched on some of these things so far in this broadcast, but we're going to hopefully make it clear by the end of this broadcast, what all this is, and we're going to see if we can connect the dots between last year's pandemic and is there another one coming for this year, but maybe a different one, different from what we had last year. All right. So let's start first with let's first start with Cyber Polygon, right? What is Cyber Polygon? All right, let's get the blackboard here. And again, we have a lot of articles and links and stuff, so within the next 24 to 48 hours, don't worry, all of these will be referenced in the description under this video. Okay, so make sure that that you just stay tuned. You'll get all the articles, but for right now, I just want to be able to get through this information the best way that we can. And I'm going to kind of speed up a little bit here so we can cover as much ground as we can within the next 2 hours. Okay, so to the blackboard, we have abc.com, abc27.com. It says here, prepping for a cyber pandemic, worldwide drill underway. Prepping for a cyber pandemic, worldwide drill underway. Let's check out this video right here. Let's see what ABC News 27 is talking about. What is this drill? What is this cyber pandemic talk? Let's see what's going on here.
Pandemic. A worldwide drill got underway today with the goal of better preparing for the new world of major cyber attacks.
Hackers these days are getting bolder and could target the systems that we rely on every single day. Senior investigator Kendra Nichols reports tonight.
She said a new world of cyber attacks. This is the new world. This is the new normal. A reality of cyber attacks. All right, what is Cyber Polygon?
Cyber Polygon is an annual event hosted by the World Economic Forum. Think of it as a worldwide training exercise on how to deal with cyber attacks.
It is inevitable that some larger attack is going to occur one day.
Security experts like John Sansonito are watching what happens.
What's being talked about today and over the next couple of days is a potential real-world situation which we could be facing in another 6 months, in another year, or even tomorrow.
So he said it's inevitable that this cyber attack is going to happen, this cyber pandemic. We've heard that before, haven't we? Where something is inevitable years and years in advance, and then it happens, kind of like what happened last year, how they said that was inevitable, and then boom, it happens. So here it is, more predictive programming. They're letting us know this is inevitable. It's going to happen. They have a crystal ball, and they can see into the future to know what's going to happen.
This year, 200 teams from 48 countries registered for the training. Companies like IBM, Santander.
IBM. Where have we seen that before? Don't worry about it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna talk about IBM. We talked about them before. Talk about them some more. But here it is. They're right there in the mix.
And Ernst & Young are on the list. The focus of the live drill this year, a targeted supply chain attack on a corporation. Something that, if it happened in real life, would affect all of us.
You hear that? This year's focus is on attack on a supply chain. To where if it were to happen, it would affect all of us. Not just the company, not just a person or two. It would affect everybody.
By shutting down things like water treatment facilities, the power grid, or even the internet.
It would shut down things like water treatment facilities, the power grid, or the World Wide Web. Just some examples of what this cyber attack and pandemic would cause.
Itself.
What would you do if you couldn't access your bank accounts, if you couldn't access the internet, if your cell phone suddenly stopped working? These are the kind of things that people really do need to think through.
So what would you do, brothers and sisters, if you couldn't do these things? Access your bank account, your cell phone didn't work, can't get on the internet. What would you do? This is what they're saying. And think about it. People have become so dependent upon these particular things, whereas it wasn't but 20, 30 years ago, these things barely existed, if at all. So life was working perfectly fine for thousands of years before any of this technology. But now they made it seem like you can't live without it. So when it's not working and it's not there, how are you going to handle that? Now, these are actually good questions you should ask yourself. You should be asking yourself these questions.
Because one day may be facing a crisis like that.
The bad guys are never stopping.
Centric Bank, like all.
The bad guys are never stopping. We're going to talk about those bad guys tonight. Who are those bad guys that are never stopping?
All banks is constantly fighting potential cyber attacks.
Over the course of a quarter, it's in excess of 1 million.
And they can pinpoint where the attempted attacks are coming from.
Russia is number one, followed by the Netherlands. And then, goes down the scale. But by far, Russia surpasses all the others combined. There's a silent war going on.
There's a silent or an invisible war going on. Right? Read between the lines.
It's truly what it is, to keep the bad guys, at bay and keep, all the information safe.
The Cyber Polygon event goes on for several days. They will also be talking about ransomware, which experts say leads to most of the cyber attacks that we've been seeing these days, which is why they warn us now more than ever not to click on any of those suspicious links or attachments. With the ABC 27 investigators, I'm Kendra Nichols.
There you have it. Right? There you have it. Right? Because, before we go into this article, could have set this up with this, but, going back to September 11th, 2001, right? World Trade Center, the towers go down. We were told it was, terrorists with box cutter knives. Again, airplanes, Prince of Power of the Air, and it was Al Qaeda and the Taliban and Osama bin Laden, and then it became ISIS. This invisible boogeyman that none of us have ever seen, but we've always been told about this boogeyman. Well, this is invisible as they were then, or even before then. How much more invisible have they become now in 2021 in our present day reality? Has anybody heard anything about Al Qaeda or the Taliban or ISIS in recent, probably at least the last 2 years? And really started under the 45th president's term. They just disappeared. The invisible boogeyman went invisible, right? They went dark. I don't know if it was the 45th president scared them off, but then once the 46th president, was coming into office that campaign year, another invisible boogeyman popped up, right? And that invisible boogeyman shut down the whole world. You couldn't see it. It's outside. Don't go outside, right? That was what they told us. Even to the point to where you didn't have any type of signs of being dealing with anything health wise, but you could have the invisible boogeyman, right? So much invisibleness going on, and now here we are, 2021, and we have the next invisible boogeyman staring us right in the face. You can't see it. You can't see him, but he's there. Right? And he's coming. I'm telling you, he's coming. It's inevitable. You can't stop him. And how interesting is it, right? We're not going to probably go into this article. I'll leave it here for you all to check out, because we can go to a better article that breaks it down. Let's go to the horse's mouth. Let's go to the Cyber Polygon website itself. The World Economic Forum. Now, this is the same World Economic Forum that brought you what? Event 201. Remember that exercise and drill at the end of 2019? And no sooner than they had that, what happened? It's at the same time they had that, in comes this invisible threat at the end of 2019 and going into 2020, shut the whole world down. Right? The same World Economic Forum now is telling you, be prepared for the next invisible boogeyman. It says here, digitalization is accelerating everywhere. New digital ecosystems are forming all around us, creating unnoticed linkages across services and supply chains. Basically, the world is becoming more digital. It's becoming more technologically based, right? The digital reality in the digital world. And this kind of goes into some of our broadcasts going into artificial intelligence and those type of, not artificial intelligence, but the virtual reality, right? Yeah, artificial intelligence is in this, but I meant virtual reality. It says, as the world grows more interconnected, the speed of development makes it difficult to assess the impact of change. Things are moving so fast. So they're saying it's moving so fast, we really haven't had a chance to digest and process, how this is affecting our world with this speed and this digital transformation of our world. It says a secure approach to digital development today will determine the shape of our future for decades to come. Having the right skills in place is key to protecting organizations from attack now. What is Cyber Polygon? Cyber Polygon is a unique cybersecurity, there goes that word security, event that combines the world's largest technical training exercise for corporate teams and an online conference featuring senior officials from international organizations and leading corporations. The 2021 conference discusses the key risk of digitalization and best practice for the secure development of digital ecosystems. The 2021 technical exercise builds and tests the skills needed to protect our industries, centering on a targeted supply chain attack. Right? Can't have the supply chain, kind of like how the supply chain was attacked last year with that invisible boogeyman, because everything got shut down to where right now there's a shortage on a lot of different things. A lot of things you try to go buy in the store, major appliances, furniture, they're not in supply because the demand is so high, and because of last year, people not working, factories being shut down. Now there's no production happening. Things are slowly have been starting to pick back up, right? But there's a shortage. So here it is again. We see another different type of invisible boogeyman that can attack and target the supply chain. How convenient that our supply chain is being attacked by these invisible threats. It says every year the training brings together a global businesses and government agencies to collaborate on technical exercises. The live stream draws in millions of spectators from across the world. 2020 results. 120 teams from 29 countries took part in the technical cybersecurity training in 2020. The live stream viewership reached 5 million from 57 nations. A comprehensive report with detailed results of Cyber Polygon 2020 is available here. So now let's talk about 2021. All right, Cyber Polygon in 2021. This year, discussions during the live streamed conference will center on secure development of ecosystems. With global digitalization further accelerating and people, companies, and countries becoming even more interconnected, security of every single element of supply chain is key to ensuring the sustainability of the whole system. So now they're showing you how delicate the supply chain is. That if the supply chain fails, the whole system goes down. And just how, convenient that cyber terrorists would want to attack that. There's cyber terrorists out there that actually want to bring down this system. But see, they're not telling you who the real cyber terrorists are. Right? Right? It's sleight of hand because the real cyber terrorists aren't who they saying they are, but it's who they want you to think they are. So we must rally together to protect the system from these threats, these invisible boogeymen. It says during the technical exercise, participants will hone their practical skills in mitigating a targeted supply chain attack on a corporate ecosystem in real time. The event will be held on July 9th. Applications from organizations wishing to join the training are open. See further details on the official website. So when you click here, it takes you to the official Cyber Polygon website where you can come here. You can watch the full recording. Okay, you see the whole breakdown of what this is. Right? Brought to you by the same people that brought to you Event 201. They're bringing forth this Cyber Polygon and the next big bad guy that's coming. We can't avoid him. He's coming. Right? And here we see the technology partner, IBM. Okay, when you go back to this page, it has all their partners, IBM, International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, Mobile Telesystems, MTS, Superbank, Ericsson, Trend Micro, Visa, World Economic Forum. But I want to talk about IBM for a moment. Because if brothers and sisters remember, we did a broadcast called Operation Paperclip. And in that broadcast, there was information brought out that actually showed that, and I'm going to bring up this book here, that IBM had its roots in the Holocaust of World War II. In this book, IBM in the Holocaust, you had these punch card systems that was being, because remember, during that time, yeah, they had computer systems, but they were more bulky and in huge laboratories. Okay, they're not what they are today. It was the beginning of the mind of Satan in a technological state. They didn't have them in the actual portable state that we have them in now. Okay, so what did they use for identification? Punch cards. And they had sensors. All right, and notice how right during the time of the new invisible boogeyman last year. The 2020 census went out where they wanted to know who was in your house. Fast forwarding up to real time, and you have those that are going door to door knocking, asking if you've taken the medical procedure that they're saying will help with eliminating the threat, the invisible threat of last year that came out of last year. So here we are, IBM and the Holocaust in the 30s. The strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation. Right? So IBM at that time was considered America's most powerful corporation, and they had a partnership with Nazi Germany, and these punch identification cards used when it came to those people who were in the Holocaust. And it just so happens when you fast forward up to today and you look at cyber POLYGON, IBM is in the mix, front and center, for this cyber war games that's happening. Okay, so, these articles will be there, and I'm going to fast forward. This comes off of newswars.com. It says, Cyber POLYGON 2021, globalists run simulation of a coming cyber pandemic to prepare for economic reset. Right? Now, this is the same people that ran the Event 201 biological pandemic in 2019 that were preparing for economic reset through that particular simulation. It says globalist institutions and the Russian government participated in a high-profile cyber attack simulation targeting the financial industry, an actual event that would pave the way for a reset of the global economy. So what does that mean if the economy is reset? This is what they're simulating. An attack on the global economy that will cause a reset. Now notice how it says that the Russian government was in collaboration with these institutions. And you notice how they always like to paint Russia as the one behind these cyber attacks. That's the first person they want to blame, is Russia. But Russia was in collusion with this World Economic Forum in running these games. So I thought Russia was the enemy. So when you look past the, propaganda that we see on the mainstream media, we see that they actually are really in pretty good, they got a really pretty good relationship with Russia for them to be such a big bad guy. But it says here, and this is Monday, April 12th, so this is well before this event took place. It says the globalists are setting the stage for the Great Reset. Let me enlarge this for you all. With an upcoming high-profile simulation targeting cyber attacks against major financial institutions. So these attacks are attacking banks, major financial institutions, taking the banks down, taking the money down. The World Economic Forum will team up with the Russian government and global banks this July to simulate a major supply chain cyber pandemic that could potentially bring down the entire system. The simulation, called Cyber POLYGON 2021, was announced by Russia's largest state-run bank, Superbank, in February. The key message voiced by experts at WEF and other international platforms is that supply chain security is to become a major cybersecurity issue in 2021, Superbank stated. The ever-expanding digitalization tightens the interconnectivity between people, devices, companies, and countries. Thus, the resilience of an entire system depends on the ability of each link within a chain to withstand threats of various grades. The website ominously warns that a single vulnerable link is enough to bring down the entire system. Okay? So the system is delicate. A single vulnerable link can bring down the whole system, just like a domino effect. Adding that Cyber Polygon 2021 will enable the spectators and participants to improve on their cyber literacy, enhance the resilience of the organizations, and learn to repel cyber threats on all levels. So they'll make you think that they're doing this simulation and exercise, right, in the event, well, first to stop it so it doesn't happen. In the event that it does happen, how to respond should it happen. Okay. Let me scroll down here. We just trying to get straight to the meat of it here. It says Cyber Polygon 2021 is the annual continuation of last year's Cyber Polygon 2020 event, which included Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin and the participants like WF founder Klaus Schwab. And we talked about Klaus Schwab a lot. He's the chief, executive officer of the World Economic Forum. And he talks about the fourth industrial revolution. Former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, you remember the same Tony Blair that screamed weapons of mass destruction for what happened on 9/11 and needing to go over to the Middle East? That Tony Blair. Those invisible weapons of mass destruction that were never found. Right? The invisible boogeyman to this day that's still on the run, that's disappeared. I guess the invisible boogeyman and disease of last year took all of the, all of Al Qaeda and ISIS out. They fell victim, and they're part of those that passed away from last year's disease. It says here, and about 20 other members of the political elite. It says notably, one of the presenters was Stephanie Dungwin, CEO of the Cyber Peace Institute, which is funded by Microsoft, Facebook, and MasterCard, among others. The Institute claims to help customers increase digital resilience and the capacity to respond to and recover from cyber attacks. Schwab, in particular, is a big proponent of the Great Reset, a globalist coordinated transition to a fourth industrial revolution global economy in which human work is becoming increasingly irrelevant as the world economies become more automated. So I know the elders have been talking about that a lot for those that have been checking out the Sabbath lessons and the Wednesday broadcast. But with this great reset and the coming fourth industrial revolution, the global economy, what they're looking to do is eliminate human workers. Human workers will become irrelevant as the world economy becomes more automated or more artificial intelligence, more robotic, more machine, more digital. There'll be no more use for people, right? We won't need your work anymore. You've helped build the structure. You've helped test out our technology to a place to where we don't need you anymore. You're just a useless eater. And that ties in very well with, what we all know is happening right now with those that have been taking part in this experimental medical procedure, right? Which we call here the Jim Jones juice. So, hey, it sounds like they're killing a lot of birds with one stone here. It says, but the Great Reset can only come to be after the current corrupt system has collapsed entirely. So in order for there to be a Great Reset, the system must come down. So that poses the question for me. Who are the real cyber terrorists here? Now, for me, it's not rocket science. All right. But it's a little bit of common sense, a little bit of critical thinking, and we can come to the conclusion of who are the real cyber terrorists here. Who are the ones calling for the Great Reset? Who are the ones calling for the New World Order? Who are the ones that are salivating and foaming at the mouth, for this to happen? Getting off at the whole fantasy of it happening, of the collapse. Okay. So that will give you the answer to who are the real cyber terrorists, as are all the other terrorists that they scream, the invisible boogeyman. Okay. It's the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain, with all the technology, who's causing all types of sorcery. He's working sorcery and causing all type of illusions, sending you into a delusion and a delusional reality. Right? Because remember, the prince of the power of the air blinds the minds of the disobedient. It says the cyber polygon exercise bears remarkable similarity to Event 201, a WEF and Bill Gates backed exercise that simulated a devastating disease pandemic. It has a name to it, but I'm not going to say the name here, that disrupted the entire global economy, launched months before the C-19 outbreak, which bore out exactly as the exercise predicted. And much like Event 201, some are wondering if Cyber Polygon is meant to have a similar predictive quality regarding the downfall of the global economy. Some will say that a cyber pandemic is an inevitable consequence of the quickly developing high-tech world in which we live, but it is still fair to point out that 2021 is a year that many have been predicting for the financial destruction of big institutions that will lead to new economic systems that align with the Great Reset. So how convenient is that the technology is moving so rapidly fast that it opens up a hole for cyber terrorists to launch a cyber attack and take the system down? Right? How convenient. The digital beast is moving so fast, we can't protect it as quick as it grows. So it's vulnerable and open for attack. So these are seeds of predictive programming that they're planting in people. So when it happens, it's like everything else they predicted. When it happens, you'll accept it as reality. You won't question it because it's an unseen threat. You can't be upset with an unseen, uncontrolled threat. Right? You'll accept it for what it is. It says the inevitable collapse of the global banking systems resulting from the off-the-charts corruption and fraud that has run rampant for decades is likely to be conducted through a controlled collapse, one that would allow wealthy bankers and elites, such as those that participated in Cyber Polygon, to avoid responsibility for their economic pillaging and criminal activity. Additionally, the Washington establishment, which has been constantly blaming Russia for hacking the 2016 election, didn't seem to see a problem with letting the Russian government probe the world's cybersecurity infrastructure for weaknesses. Right? So the same Russian bad guy that they've screamed for so many years is the same Russian bad guy they collaborated with for this simulation and exercise. Okay. And there's more here, but I'm just trying to get through as much as I can. It says, when the world's most powerful people, such as members of the WF, desire to make radical changes, crises conveniently emerge, whether a war, a plague, or economic collapse that enable a reset of the system, which is frequently accompanied by a massive upward transfer of wealth. And here's the Cyber Polygon document. Okay. I'm just going to touch on some of the things here. Here he goes. The devil's son himself, Klaus Schwab. And a quote, technology and cybersecurity are of crucial importance in this COVID era. So now all of a sudden in this new era, since the lockdown of last year from that disease, now cybersecurity comes to the forefront and is very important. So you see how the building blocks are being built one on top of another. First you had the disease last year. Now you have the cybersecurity issues, concerns, problems now for this year. One of the most striking and exciting transformations caused by the pandemic has been our transition to the digital everything. So since the pandemic of last year, now everything is transitioning to digital. How many of you brothers and sisters out there, because of what happened last year, you now are working from home on your computer, on your mobile phone, right? How much more digital has everything become since what happened last year? Okay, so these are segues. They're segueing and taking incremental steps to the Great Reset and New World Order. Okay, so what happened last year has been our transition to the digital everything. Now, does that mean people? People becoming digitalized? We're going to go into that. It says digital everything. It says both in our professional and also in our personal lives. I am glad that Cyber Polygon has proved itself as one of those brilliant initiatives that address the need for developing and enhancing global cyber resilience in the fight against cybercrime and cyber attacks. Oh, the invisible boogeyman coming for our computer systems and networks. Wow. It says here, cyber criminals, the invisible boogeymen, are using the global instability to their advantage. The number of cyber attacks rose dramatically because of the pandemic, with most of them exploiting the C virus turmoil. In the first quarter of 2020, Palo Alto Networks detected a 569% growth in COVID-19 themed malicious registrations, including malware and phishing. So they're saying because of what happened last year, now conveniently the cyber attacks have gone up. This is the moment the cyber terrorists and criminals were waiting on. This is their golden moment to wreak havoc on the systems during the lockdown. This year has demonstrated that a crisis can occur unexpectedly. What year? Last year. So last year has demonstrated, and they've shown the whole world that a crisis can occur unexpectedly. So what does that tell us? Be prepared for something that happened at the drop of a dime. Right? Paul tells us in 1 Thessalonians, when they shall say peace and safety or security, then cometh sudden destruction. So it cometh like a thief in the night. It can come out of any moment of the day. The next big event. just like September 1st, 2001. Okay, so let me get to some of the other it says the central theme for the Cyber Polygon 2020 online stream was that the prevention of a digital pandemic. The year has demonstrated that a crisis may hit unexpectedly, and we must be prepared for an emergency to protect ourselves and entire corporations. So now they're putting the infrastructure in place to protect their beast Borg hive mind system that they're creating. So not only if there happen to be people out there that would look to go against it or attack it, it's protected, and to at the same time program and condition the masses for when they say something happened, you accept it as something really did happen. Because as long as you believe something happened or these boogeymen exist and are for real, they exist. Think about it. When you were little, when we were little, we were told different things like, Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. And hey, when I was little, those things were real because I believed they were real. Right? So as long as I believed that those fairy tales and those fantasies and those fables were real, they existed. In my mind. Not in reality, but in my mind, in my, this deceived mind state, they were real. Right? So that's no different than now with these things. As long as you believe they're real, and that's your world. But the minute you start to snap out of it and wake up and say, hey, you know what? There is no Tooth Fairy. There is no Santa Claus. There is no Easter Bunny. Now those things have no power over you. You can't no longer be deceived. And you're now made free by knowing the truth. So these things only exist to the level that we give our energy and attention to. When we don't give our energy and attention to it, they have no effect over us. All right? The people they have effect over are the people getting sucked in right now. Right? Because they believe it one way or the other. Through fear, through hope, right? Through lust. Whatever reason they believe is real, it's real for them in their world. And now you're in a strong delusion that the scriptures tell you about as well. That they should believe a lie. All right, that strong delusion. So, let me get straight to it here. I want to read some of these things here. And again, this will be in the references, so you all have this information. You can go through it and read through it. We just don't have the time to go through every word here. It says, with the accelerated rate of digitalization, the level of cybercrime will also continue to rise. Okay? The level of cybercrime will rise. As this world becomes more digital, more technological, computer systems and microchips, the more cybercrime, more invisible boogeymen. In order to withstand a large-scale cyber threat, the global community needs to unite its efforts and establish collaboration at all levels. So you see, now we need to all come together to protect the beast from the invisible threats. All right. And those invisible threats will be made real. They will be made and there will be scapegoats and patsies in this. We'll get to that later. But the real cyber threats and the real cyber criminals, right? Most people will never be able to identify who they really are. Who are the ones really orchestrating the crimes? Right? Who are the ones who've written this script? Those are the ones who are the real culprits here. But as long as they make you think it's that they're the good guys, they're here for your good, here to save you, right? You'll be in subjection and bow to them while looking at your neighbor or those that go against the grain of the agenda as the real criminal. It says participants and partners, IBM, numero uno, a global technology and innovation company and the largest technology employer in the world. So now when we read this book, IBM and the Holocaust, the strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation. They're America's most powerful corporation because they are the largest technology employer in the world. There's no other technology company that employs more people than IBM. Delivering services in 170 countries, IBM's cognitive solutions and cloud platforms help transform institutions, communities, and the quality of life. It's a leading provider of high-value solutions and services to clients in a variety of industries, including government, telecommunications, healthcare, finance, retail, oil, and gas. All right. Got some charts there, some graphs. Check this out. Technology and new reality. Remember, we've talked about the virtual reality, the alternate reality in previous broadcasts. So they're telling you this is a new reality we're in now, brought to you in part by technology. See, they're going to use the technology to do wonders. You know, holograms and holographic imagery and, you know, get you to be so dependent upon it and deceive through it, right? You're going to be in a different realm, a new reality versus what the real reality really is, right? It's time for you to be put to sleep and put into those pods like we see on Matrix. And you are going to feed the beast as one of Satan's new creations as his children in his image, right? The image of the beast. You know, you're going to be taken out of God's image and you're going to be molded and transformed and transitioned into after the beast's image. Check it out. The world won't be the same again. The world will never be the same again. This is them telling you in the Cyber Polygon document. How do they know? It's not about them knowing. It's about you believing that. Right? You need to believe these things so that you can be brought into this new reality through technology. The pandemic has spurred digitalization. Many people have transitioned to remote work and are more and more reliant on electronic services. Right? More and more people are working from home. Effective interaction demands new communication methods and faster data transmission. Such changes pose not only additional risk and challenges to businesses, but affect people's way of life. In a dynamic technology, environment and an increasingly interconnected world, cybersecurity has become and will continue to be the main focus. Cybersecurity has become and will continue to be the main focus for them. So the question you must ask yourself, is it going to be the main focus for you? COVID-19 has accelerated various processes. Before the pandemic, we had been rather critical of digitalization because of all the problems brought about by the new technologies. Now, everybody's beginning to understand that this process is inevitable. We need to move forward, and cybersecurity plays a great role in tech innovation. So as the world shifts and becomes more digital and more technologically based, right? These workers of the powers of darkness goal is to now get you to merge into this Borg, right? By getting you to transition and become transhuman, right? Becoming intermingled with the iron and the miry clay, right? You becoming digitized, you becoming metallicized. Okay, so they're attacking all phases. They're attacking the brain. Before that, they're attacking our spirit, and then they attack the flesh, and they're attacking the blood, because we know life is in the blood. So in order to get you to buy into this new reality, you must become part of the new digital reality through technology. You yourself must be transitioned over into that, or else you're not going to be able to be compatible with the grid, because you're not part of the grid. It says, here's another quote. These are all quotes from these men, these CEOs and these chairmen of these companies. We will probably never go back to the times we had before. We will not go back to the offices. I think that most people will work from home. We will have a more flexible work relationship, in which also means that the challenges we are dealing with now will remain. So these threats aren't going away. All these invisible boogeymen they've created, they'll disappear for a time, but any minute they want to play the card, they'll pop back up. Right? Because we're going into a cyber pandemic now. So it's going to be pandemic on top of pandemic on top of pandemic, one after the other. And this is going to be part of the new reality. You're going to have to get used to it. That's what they're saying. And we need to be ready to face them. So their job is to get you ready, mentally, psychologically, spiritually, and physically ready to face these threats and these invisible threats and this new reality. It says 5G will be the platform for the society, for hospitals, for public transport, for everything that is to be connected. So now it makes sense why they have this big push with the 5th generation of cell phone or cellular technology. Because it's going to connect us all. You need to have absolute trust in the underlying infrastructure. Hence, there is a high demand for security. So they're begging and pleading with you to have trust in this new reality and infrastructure they're putting in. Right? You're going to submit to the beast. You're going to trust the beast. It says today we cannot even imagine what capabilities the new 5G network will enable. We can't even imagine it. The technology for 5G is out of this world. The prince of the power of the air is now putting forth the technology to seal the casket closed on mankind. He's laid the physical infrastructure. I mean the psychological infrastructure, the biological infrastructure, and now he's completing the spiritual and the spiritual and the technological infrastructure. Because now he's, like Albert Pike said, they're bringing people into the pure doctrine of Lucifer now. Through all of our world, what's going on right now. So we haven't even tapped into the immorality that they brought mankind under now. With the Vax That Thing Up campaign and all the different debaucheries they have going on, the WAP and all of this. So now the devil's ready to seal the coffin, put the final nail in the coffin on mankind. and spring his trap on the whole world. Because he has all his pieces and he has all his pieces where he needs them on the chessboard now. It's going to be just continue sucking you into the Borg, into the beast, into the black hole. Like a tractor beam just sucking you in, and you're going to have those under the spell that just cannot break loose or break free of the tractor beam. We can't even imagine the capabilities of the new 5th generation network, what it will enable. And artificial intelligence will obviously be one of the key features of our technologies and tools in the development of new application services. AI can be used for predictive analytics to improve performance, maintenance, and security of the network. Right? And I know you brothers and sisters can see on your screen right now where it says cyber pandemic. It says a crisis coming bigger than COVID. Oh, you thought 2020 was a big pandemic. You ain't seen nothing yet. That's what they're telling you. The cyber one? Remember Bill Gates when he said it? Or wait till they see what we do next time. They thought this was something. Wait till the next one. Speaking of Bill Gates, the Microsoft computer guy, who helped lay this technological infrastructure as a face and funder and investor of it. Another quote, I believe the Internet of Things will be one of the biggest game changers. Industrial automation will bring the most added value globally over the next 10 years, and that will be based very much on the Internet of Things. So because the Internet is becoming ubiquitous to where it's moving so fast and there's no latency, there's no drop-off, towards a constant, strong connection. And because they've gotten people so used to working from home, when it comes time, they got all their machines in place, their robotics, their artificial intelligence, their automated machinery in place, and they flip the switch, Skynet will be online and they'll no longer need you. You will have done your part in building the next Tower of Babylon, and it'll be all digitally, technologically digitized. And the machines will have won. And now it's time to exterminate or merge the flesh, the miry clay that's left, with the iron. If you want to be part of this system. If you want to survive in this world. Right? You will be made in the image of the beast. Okay, there's a lot more here. I just want to... It says here, threats and risks. Cyber criminals taking advantage of new digital realities. So, of course, in order for them to spring their trap and at the same time protect the beast, they must sell you on the invisible boogeyman. Cyber criminals who are looking to take advantage of new digital reality, right? The dissidents. And then, of course, you have your quotes here. Cyber criminals are developing and boosting their attacks at an alarming pace, exploiting the fear and uncertainty caused by the unstable social and economic situation created by COVID-19. See that? The cyber criminals are causing fear. You know what? The cyber criminals are causing fear. But who they're telling you are the cyber criminals aren't the real cyber criminals. But fear is one of their mechanisms they use to get you to buy in to the agenda and merge with the beast. We have seen a steep increase of new narratives in online scams, phishing approaches, and targeting of critical infrastructure infrastructures, health service, ransomware, attacks on hospitals, exploiting the need of personal protective material, and medical research. So you notice how that's been a big thing they've been saying, ransomware, ransomware, ransomware. Right? Now, there's an end game to all of this. See, they just need you to buy into this is really going on. Right? While they're getting all of their systems and infrastructure in place, you just need to buy into the reality, the new reality that this is actually really happening. This is real. Because there's an end game. They got a solution for all of these so-called quote-unquote cyber criminals that they're about to come after. The same way they have for the criminals that they're going to deem for those that aren't participating in this experimental medical procedure. Those that aren't drinking the juice. They're all going to be lumped in the same pot and be said the same people. Right? Who aren't the culprits at all in all of this. They're just regular people that want to live their life without being controlled and be able to make their own decisions. It says, whenever there is a global crisis or an event of public significance, there is always an uptick in criminal activity related to such events. So whenever the world starts to have a, success, or wherever there's a global crisis, there's always those criminals waiting to take advantage. Looking to get over. Therefore, it is understandable that people out there are clicking on emails or website links or report downloads that promise to provide updates on such events and thereby being lured into certain situations, and COVID-19 is no exception. So you notice how much they talk about this disease with all of this? Like, what has that got to do with this? Like, shouldn't those be two separate things? Oh no, they're very interconnected. Okay, we're going to connect the dots on all of this. How all this connects. If we haven't already started to connect some dots, we're going to connect all the dots on this. 6,000% global growth in COVID-19 related spam in March-May 2020. It's like we've never had spam. We've never had viruses. All this is new. Now all of a sudden it's to the level of unprecedented. It's at unprecedented levels all of a sudden. Critical infrastructure companies exposed to highest risk. Now this is all within their Cyber POLYGON document. They're in this case, their black paper. All these quotes. What we are seeing now is cases of attackers squatting within organizations undetected for months. And they have really taken their time and patience to understand the lay of the land and determine when and where they can wage a ransomware attack. How to deploy the software and then demand money. Right? These boogeymen, these invisible patient, laying low, studying the system, looking for an opening. Check this out. Fake news poses a major challenge for society. Fake news. So that's another thing. All of these, they're going to be able to kill a lot of birds with one stone. As they always do. Another issue, another problem for them is the fake news and being able to censor people's free speech. To be able to speak freely and give their opinion. Right? No more of that. So they got a solution for that too. It says information spreads through digital communication channels at record speeds. That's a problem for them. They cannot control the digital communication channels. right? It's a two-edged sword. Yeah, they're cutting some people with it, but they're getting cut at the same time. They need to be able to control the digital communication because we're communicating one with another through the airwaves and exposing the glitches in the matrix. See, and they have a solution how to stop that from happening, right? And if you haven't figured it out by now, what they're going to use to stop that, don't worry, we're gonna get that information. It says, however, data on the web is not always trustworthy. In the era of digitization, fake news has become a dangerous weapon being used by cyber criminals to attack people and organizations. So now, if you're deemed as someone who's spreading what they call through their fact checkers as fake news, now you can be deemed a cyber criminal. You see how that works? So you think a cybercrime is just somebody who's just behind a keyboard trying to hack into a system. Nah. They're going to lump a lot of people in as a cyber criminal. Right? You're spreading information through digital communication that goes against what the beast is saying. Fake news has become a dangerous weapon. You're spreading that fake news. It says the speed with which the digital reality is changing is far faster than any regulations can ever be constructive. And they're only speeding things up faster with things like 5G. They're talking about things are moving too fast, but yet they're only speeding things up faster. Because the devil is on the clock. He only has so much time. It says we should rely on ourselves when trying to protect against fake news. We need a good education, critical outlook. We need to compare the facts and analyze the incoming information. And you know what? I agree. However, they mean something different when they say a quote like that one. We need a good education. All right. What type of good education are they talking about? Are they talking about a re-education camp? Are they talking about their colleges and universities? Is that a good education? Because for me, the good education would be the Bible. That'd be the beginning point. So I wonder with any of their good education, is the Bible even anywhere mentioned? And we talk about comparing the facts. What facts are we allowed to work with for comparison? Only the facts that you give us? Meaning that if I'm living my day-to-day life and I have an encounter, does that not count as facts? Oh, no. Only what we say is facts. Oh, your fact checkers are the authority on facts. See, you have to be real careful when they say these things. Because it sounds good, but you got to define what do each of these things mean when you say what you say. How to prepare for a cyber crisis. Get ready. It's coming. Having an emergency plan is essential. Now, should we prepare? Absolutely, because they told us it's coming. Right? They told us it's coming. So we've been telling people to prepare for years. In any event of an emergency, whether it be a natural disaster, to be prepared. But the best preparation you can do is spiritual preparation. Taking on the whole armor of God, because we wrestle not with flesh and blood. Right? So, like I said, there's a lot there. But just skimming through it, as you can see, they got it all laid out. They got it all figured out. The one thing about these people, they're going to put it in writing. But my people perish for lack of knowledge because we don't read. So you can't say it's not there, them telling you and laying out their plans. And even with reading it, you have to be able to read between the lines and see the devil in the details. Because if you're just reading it with a pure mind, innocent, you're going to think all this is great stuff and you can't wait to sign up. Where do I go and get my, my augmented limb, or my, technological augmentation? It's coming. It is coming. So, the next article. Is a cyber pandemic coming? Is a cyber pandemic coming? June 7th, 2020. This was last year. For more than a decade, security leaders predicted that a cyber Pearl Harbor, a false flag, or cyber 911, another one, was coming that would dramatically change society as we know it. So they've been programming us and conditioning us for over a decade, telling us that a cyber false flag is coming. I'm not going to read all this article. We're going to go over here to some videos. And this comes from the cyber POLYGON. This is part of their exercise. And the name of this video is a cyber pandemic coming. Let's get it from the horse's mouth. Those who ran this simulation. Check that out. New world, new opportunities. That's how the video starts.
We've seen, I've talked about the increase in cyber attacks. 50% surge in sophisticated cyber attacks, what we call the Gen 5 attacks, what can become the next cyber pandemic. We finished the year with Sunburst, one of the most sophisticated, if not the most sophisticated attacks that the world has seen, targeting US government organization, targeting some of the largest companies in the world. And to tell you the truth, to this date, we actually don't know exactly what damage it caused, because it did a very good job as a Gen 5 attack to hide itself, to steal a lot of data, and to cover all the traces. So this was one example of a security officer nightmare, how to prevent that attack. And by the way, I think that we weren't that bad in preventing that, if the technology is used right. Another good example is what's happened last month. The Emotet infrastructure for distributing malware, that was one of the most sophisticated, again, most damaging infrastructure that we've seen in the world, affected last year 1 out of 5 organizations around the world to distribute all kinds of malware. And this was a great success. Law enforcement from 8 countries were able to stop this network, to take down the network. This is great, a great achievement for law enforcement. But let's think about it for us. This network was active since 2014. It took 7 years to take it down, and during those years we had to defend ourselves. So we can't rely on the time it will take to take this network down. We have to defend against that from day zero, from the first attack, so we are not becoming the next victim.
Is a cyber pandemic coming? Now, let's go to the next video, which is the same person we just saw speak. This video was uploaded yesterday, July 22nd, 2021. Cyber pandemic. Gil Swed discusses on CNN International, Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
While the world has been battling COVID, a different threat has been spreading across the globe.
Fair use. Fair use.
Some are calling it a cyber pandemic. This week, the EU and the US calling out China for a rash of cyber attacks, including Microsoft, saying China is using hackers to profit from destabilizing activities.
And if they don't blame Russia, they blame China. See that? See how it's always the European countries, America, the EU, Israel, always blaming Russia or China.
Well, Russia's been repeatedly criticised for using cyber networks to sow discontent and influence elections. And just days ago, we got the story of the Pegasus software that governments all over the globe are allegedly using to hack into the phone.
The Pegasus software. Who was Pegasus, brothers and sisters? Pegasus was the flying horse that of Greek mythology. Again, prince of the power of the air. Pegasus software used to take over phones. We have cyber attacks by China, Russia hacking U.S. elections, Pegasus software hacking phones, taking over phones.
Phones of journalists and activists and others. Well, my next guest says global cyber attacks have become the new way of waging war. At the Global Investment Forum in Dubai, he recently said almost every government in the world is trying to infiltrate its enemy using cyber tools which do not risk human lives but can have a devastating effect. Well, joining me now is Gil Schwed, the co-founder and CEO of Checkpoint Software. NSO Group facing international criticism after reporters obtained a list of alleged potential targets for its spyware, including activists, politicians and journalists, not least those, some of those at CNN. The maker of that powerful spy software is suggesting it's not them, blame their customers. The governments who are buying this software. Do you think that's a genuinely understandable position?
I'm trying not to comment too much about that. I chose my career early on, 28 years ago, to be on the defensive side, the civilian side, and not on the offensive side. Now, again, we have to remember, governments all over the world spy about criminals, citizens all over, maybe good, maybe bad. For me, I know that I made my career choice to be on a completely different end of the spectrum and to protect organizations rather than try to help people attack them.
Let's talk about the governments that make the headlines on a regular basis. Russia and China, for example, both have been called out recently, not least by Washington.
Now, this is the same Russia, brothers and sisters, that was at the Cyber Polygon event simulation with the World Economic Forum, European and United States leaders. They were all working together, but it's Russia. Again, a little bit of common sense, a little bit of critical thinking. You can punch holes all through the matrix and see the glitches.
Washington, Russia. The result was that Washington imposed sanctions. Not as of yet has Washington imposed any sanctions on China. Cyber warfare is part of every government strategy. That's what you're saying, is it? So when the US call out Russia and China, there's more to this than just that.
First, I mean, yes, every government in the world today is trying to develop tools for espionage, for, by the way, more than that, tools for attack, tools that at certain times can shut down infrastructure. And actually, on the last year, we've seen many cases like that all over the world, from the US to the Middle East, when critical infrastructure was shut down due to a cyber attack. And again, pretty much all governments around the world are trying to have these powers.
How bad are things? How dangerous are these cyber attacks?
How big is the offense cyber attack? It's a good question. I think first there's the civilian side, not civilian side, there's commercial companies, there's real criminals, and there's governments. The big risk is that in cyber, unlike conventional warfare, the weapons change hand very quickly. I mean, once something is known, something that, let's say, the NSA in the US developed for the good and is using it very responsibly, within few weeks it can turn out and can be something that every terrorist or every kid in the world can use against the infrastructure. And again, we've seen it last year in attacks on Baltimore hospitals that were using tools that the NSA was just a few miles from there, as developed a few years earlier. So the real risk is that the tools in cyber can be the same tools that goes from hand to hand.
I just want to focus on you've been talking about the kind of big operations that we've reported on here on CNN. I just want to concentrate on that Pegasus story of late. And this is Israeli spyware. And I've seen a headline today that wonders whether anyone can ever tell whether this spyware has actually infiltrated your phone. What can we all do as individuals to be more aware of whether we might individually have been attacked?
So first, it's a very good question. I think what we should do is definitely keep updating our software on the phone. We can use some tools that provide better security for the phones. I can tell you that on the enterprise world, on the organizational side, this is very, very frustrating that only 3% of enterprises actually protect their mobile phones. And again, this is the weakest link in our infrastructure. This device, the mobile phone, spies on us 24/7. It's all.
Check that out. He said the mobile phone is the weakest device in our infrastructure. He said it spies on us 24/7. We're going to go more into it spying on us later. Remember, it's a smartphone. It's an intelligent phone. Okay?
Always on, it always listens to us, it always knows what we're doing, and yet majority of the world is not doing anything. But we should use the same precaution, keep updating your software all the time. Usually
updating software all the time. We're going to talk about updating software. Because remember, Klaus Schwab said everything is going to become digital. So therefore, everything must have software. And that software must be constantly updated. Right? Keep that in mind.
It's not that difficult on mobile phones. Don't click on links that you don't believe in or that you don't know or trust, and be very, very careful on what you click. And if you can, use software that will protect your phone. I think that increases or reduces the chances that you'll get infected by a big way.
With that, we'll leave it there. We thank you very much indeed for joining us.
All right. So, with all that being said, let's get some understanding of words here. Let's go to Wikipedia and get the breakdown on some of these terms. So we're here getting cyber terrorism. Cyber terrorism is the use of the internet to conduct violent acts that result in or threaten the loss of life or significant bodily harm in order to achieve political or ideological gains through threat or intimidation. It is also sometimes considered an act of internet terrorism, where terrorist activities, including acts of deliberate, large-scale disruption of computer networks, especially of personal computers, attached to the internet by means of tools such as computer viruses, computer worms, phishing, and other malicious software and hardware methods in programming scripts. Cyber terrorism is a controversial term. Some authors opt for a very narrow definition relating to deployment by known terrorist organizations of disruption attacks against information systems for the primary purpose of creating alarm, panic, or physical disruption. Other authors prefer a broader definition which includes cybercrime. Participating in a cyber attack affects the terror threat perception even if it isn't done with a violent approach. By some definitions, it might be difficult to distinguish which instances of online activities are cyber terrorism or cyber crime. As if it matters which is which, because at the end of the day, they both sound bad. Now, we've also, reading through the Cyber Polygon papers, have seen that if you're considered to be spreading fake news, that would also be considered a cyber crime or part of cyber terrorism. So again, the definition is vague but broad. So a lot of things could fall under being a cyber criminal or a cyber terrorist. If you're on Facebook, you're posting scriptures, will one day you be considered a cyber criminal, a cyber terrorist, right? If you're sharing truth or your opinion, will you be criminalized or considered a terrorist through the internet? Cyber terrorism can be also defined as the intentional use of computers, networks, and public internet to cause destruction and harm for personal objectives. Experienced cyber terrorists who are very skilled in terms of hacking can cause massive damage to government systems and might leave a country in fear of further attacks. The objectives of such terrorists may be political or ideological, since this can be considered a form of terror. Okay, and there's a lot here, but we're not going through it all for time. But we're going to now go to computer virus. Computer virus of Wikipedia is a type of computer program that when executed replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So what type of virus did they say that it was last year in 2020? A biological one. And now here in 2021, they're now saying that it's a digital virus that affects our infrastructure. Are you brothers and sisters seeing the parallel and connecting the dots in what they're doing here? We're going to continue to build on that. But keep that in mind. You had the virus of 2020. Now you have the computer virus for 2021. Not that the one in 2020 went away, because viruses are said to morph and mutate. But now we have another aspect or dynamic of the same term being applied to our infrastructure, which is digitally, technologically based in 2021. It says it has the ability to replicate itself, modify computer programs, and insert its own code. What does that sound like? What does that sound like? Let's check out a video. We'll see what that sounds like.
I think there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs on the medical front, particularly around synthetic mRNA. You can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. So, I think with effort that's not too crazy, you could probably stop aging, reverse it if you want. You can basically do it. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence. So,
So Elon Musk is saying that mRNA technology is like a computer software program. And that is what's in the experimental medical procedure vial. And on a computer level, it's known, a computer virus is known as a type of computer program that when executed replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So what's going on right now, brothers and sisters? What's going on right now? What's going on right now is that exactly what Klaus Schwab said, they're looking to make everything digital, including people. So when you drink the Jim Jones juice, which is also this medical procedure they have, this is basically on the same technology of what a computer virus is. A software program. So mankind is being given a software program and a software update so that whenever it comes time for you to fully merge with the beast, the technological metallicized system, you have the software that will work with the system. Just like you have Windows 7, you upgrade to Windows 8, to Windows 10, or if you have a program on your phone and it tells you it needs a software update so it can be compatible with the current mainframe. So for you to be compatible with the beast, you must be prepped through a software programming, modifying of the programming that you have in your DNA now, so that you are compatible when it's time to merge with the beast, with the Borg. That's what's happening right now with this medical procedure. It says, if this replication succeeds, the affected areas are then said to be infected with a computer virus. And the same man who was behind Microsoft and Bill Gates is also the same man who, when 2020 hit, was screaming, what? Go get the juice. Well, he was screaming it before then, but now all of a sudden he is he was dealing with the computer software, in the 80s. And now he's dealing with the software for mankind now. They're one and the same. All at the same time, screaming cybercrime so they can protect the Borg that they're creating. And they can come after those that are against the Borg or the beast as cyber criminals. All the while, they're the ones who are really causing all the chaos through their sorcery, through their magic, through their sleight of hand. It says computer viruses generally require a host program. So what are we also considered, or can be considered? A host for demons. So just like a computer is a host, or it has host program or software, that's what the virus needs to be able to function. So they're looking at the human body as a computer system that they must now hack, take control over through software, through the juice. Give you the software updates you need so when the time comes to merge with their system, you're compatible. The luciferase. Right? There's so many layers with this. But it all connects. And all these players connect. And you go back in history through decades and centuries, they all connect. They've been preparing this whole time for this moment. It says the virus writes its own code into the host program. That's what's happening to people right now that have drunk the juice. When the program runs, the written virus program is executed first, causing infection and damage. A computer worm does not need a host program, as it is an independent program or code chunk. Therefore, it is not restricted by the host program, but can run independently and actively carry out attacks. So a computer is fallen angel technology, right? It's the devil's creation. Not that computers are necessarily inherently bad, but it's the idea behind it being modeled after people. Right? And now that's what the devil wants to turn us into. Computers, machine, robots, cyborgs. And all computers have software. So in order to gain control of the software, you must hack the software. How do you hack the software? You must find an entrance and an entry point in. How do you get the entry point in? Come down, roll up your sleeve, bend over, take it up the behind. We can't do it without you running down here to get your software upgrade. So we can come in, gain access, and take full control. Right? And now through 5G, which I might as well go ahead and read this now. I got a text message this morning from AT&T, another player in all of this. Let me read this text message to you, brothers and sisters. Text message says, alert, it's time to replace your 3G dependent phone. We want to give you a free device because your current phone won't work when 3G network goes away. If you don't replace your phone by July 25th, 2021, any calls you make will be redirected to customer service so we can help you upgrade to a newer phone. Some features like voice mode won't work when calls are redirected. To avoid disruption, please call, and it has the number, to get your new free phone today or stop by your AT&T store for other options. So, their 3G towers don't go offline until February of next year. But it's been this constant thing of them pushing and pushing those who don't have the latest 5G phones to go get upgrades. To where it's pretty much like harassment. Does that sound familiar with something else that they're doing right now? Harassing people that haven't upgraded their software, their biological software with the Jim Jones juice, with the medical procedure. To where you're being forced down a direction towards a certain, place down the road without any choice. And we're going to give you a free phone. Just like we'll give you a free medical procedure. And it's like, man, all this free stuff, who's paying for all of this? Who's paying for all the cups of juice? These medical procedures. Who's paying for all these free phones? Why is it this push and this rush and push towards a certain direction when it comes to these particular these campaigns and these agendas? Because all of this stuff is connected. At the same time they're launching this part of their infrastructure was the same time they were getting you ready to roll your sleeve up. Where everybody was inside, they were rolling out this infrastructure. So therefore, once they finish or upon getting close to finishing, you can now come in, get your software upgrade for you as a person, and then to go in line with that, we're going to need you to come and get a 5G phone, because that's the direction we're going, because they both work together. They both are going to work together for control. So you're not given a choice. Well, you have a choice, but at some point, the choice will be you'll just be off grid. Because in order to be on the grid, these are the things you must have to be compatible. Or you as a person won't work on the grid, your phone won't work on the grid, and your phone and you will eventually become one anyway. So it's just getting you that much closer to becoming one with the technology. So let's now go to this is computer virus. I wanted to go to let me find it here. I mean, there's so much here. I mean, when you read this, you'll easily be able to connect the dots. How this is all connected. All of this is connected, brothers and sisters. It's all about merging with machine. It says here, malware. Malware is any software intentionally designed to cause damage to a computer, server, client, or computer network. By contrast, software that causes unintentional harm due to some deficiency is typically described as a software bug. A wide variety of malware types exist, including computer viruses, worms, Trojan horses, ransomware. There goes ransomware. They've been talking about that. It's a type of malware. Spyware, adware, rogue software or rogueware, wiper, and scareware. Programs are also considered malware if they secretly act against the interest of the computer user. So this, what they're looking to get inside your bloodstream, is they're saying, based upon the computer science, is going to act against the interest of the host or person. For example, at one point, Sony Music compact disc silently installed a rootkit on purchasers' computers with the intention of preventing illicit copying, but which also reported on users' listening habits and unintentionally created extra security vulnerabilities. So this is what you open yourself up to. And it's just the tip of the iceberg when you open yourself up to being hacked. Okay? It's enough if your computer or your phone gets hacked. What happens when you as a person become hacked? A range of antivirus software, firewalls, and other strategies are used to help protect against the introduction of malware. Okay? Now, let's go down here. I want to point one more thing out before we move forward. And I'm probably going to go to the calls before we go to this last part of this information. It says, since the widespread broadband internet access, malicious software has more frequently been diagnosed or been designed for profit. Since 2003, the majority of widespread viruses and worms have been designed to take control of users' computers for illicit purposes. Check this out. Infected zombie computers. What have we been saying about zombies lately? In regards to the juice and the people who are participating in this experimental medical procedure, becoming Zombies? Well, they have a term called a zombie computer. A zombie computer is a computer connected to the internet that has been compromised by a hacker, computer virus, computer worm, or Trojan horse program and can be used to perform malicious tasks of one sort or another under remote direction. So a zombie computer is a computer that's been taken over and can be controlled. And it's no different than what they're turning your everyday man into. A zombie computer to be controlled by a software program. And now with the 5G, right, you'll be connected to the internet. Because remember, a zombie computer is connected to the internet. A computer that's connected to the internet that has been compromised by a hacker. You will be a compromised, voidless host controlled by the artificial intelligence Borg with no control over your being. So, hey, it's crazy how they've, been able to actually, just what the devil's been able to do with trying to mimic and create his own creation after, the Most High made mankind in his image. Right? And now the devil, in his corrupted state, he wants to take that image and pervert it. And after his creation, right? These computers are his creation. Right? So now he wants to take his creation, take the Most High God's creation, right, with himself. And this technology is just a big piece, but, one of many pieces that how he's doing it. And the real question is, when it comes time, brothers and sisters, will you be able to walk away from this technology? Or will you be so inundated and addicted and dependent on it to where you can't let it go? Right? And that's what it's going to come down to. Because the whole point of a computer virus or a malware is to compromise you. It's a demon looking to compromise you and take control of your vessel, right? To gain control of the host, right? So it's all the same science. When you break it down, it's just a demon taking control of a person. It's the same thing they've implemented with computers and technology. So we have here off of, 1 second, let me check something real quick. Give me one moment. I just want to check our time here on the blog talk, because I know we have about 20 minutes before overtime. So if you'd like to get in, you have something you'd like to say before we go to the last part of our broadcast. The guest calling number is 515-605-9327. Press the number 1. We will take your call. 515-605-9327. You have 20 minutes to call in. And while we are making this little break, let me go ahead and hang up and call in, because it will disconnect me. moment.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
All right, so we're good for another hour. Again, you have about 15, 20 minutes to call in. Once we hit about another 15 minutes, you won't be able to call into Blog Talk if you'd like to speak. You have any comments, questions, any information you'd like to share, just press 1. And if we don't have anybody, then we won't have any calls for tonight. Right? So, let us now talk about, with all of this being said, let's talk about the Hegelian dialectic for a moment. This comes off the good news today. The Hegelian dialectic. It says problem, reaction, solution. The New World Order strategy. Frequent visitors to Conspiracy Street know that the powerful globalists behind the New World Order are well schooled in how to wage psychological warfare to achieve their self-serving ends. One fundamental strategy used time and again was first described by German philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. He developed a dialectic, which is a method of discussion and reasoning by dialogue as a means of intellectual investigation. This is something philosophers do. Here is a standard definition of the Hegelian dialectic. It is an interpretive method originally used to relate specific entities or events to the absolute idea in which some assertable proposition thesis is necessarily opposed by an equally assertable and apparently contradictory proposition. The mutual contradiction being reconciled on a higher level of truth by a third proposition, synthesis. That's a mouthful, but Hegel's dialectic boils down to 3 parts: thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Thesis is the problem statement. Antithesis is the counter argument. Synthesis is resolution by a higher truth or new fourth thesis. In of itself, Hegel's idea seems like a practical, straightforward way to conduct intellectual discourse. But in 1847, the London Communist League, led by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, invoked Hegel's theory of the dialectic to justify their economic theory of communism. Okay, we talked about Karl Marx before. Another German philosopher named Heinrich Moritz Kalibas broke down the Hegelian dialectic somewhat differently. A thesis gives rise to its reaction. An antithesis contradicts or negates the thesis, the tension between the two being resolved by means of a synthesis. These 3 dialectic stages of conversational development reduced to these 3 parts corresponding to Hegel's original theory of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or problem, reaction, solution. Many conspiracy analysts have spotted the Hegelian dialectic in action repeatedly. The New World Order handlers used the controlled mainstream media to create a problem where there was none before, kind of like 2020. Right? Kind of like 9/11. The public reacts to the problem and demands an immediate solution that was prepared by the same people who created the problem in the first place. The solution always involves actions or legislation that never would have passed public approval under normal circumstances. That is before the elite Hegelian strategists broadcasted there was a problem. Consider these examples that suggest a covert deployment of Hagel's method. Since 9/11 and the underwear bomber, to thwart the threat of terrorism, a constant news item, again, the invisible boogeyman, before being allowed in the sterile, safe area inside an airport, passengers must either be dosed by radiation or chance missing the flight by waiting for a hand pat down. All right. So neither the TSA or DHS existed before 9/11. So today, because of this, people that go to airports must be subject to prison-like conditions, right? To be patted and searched down. It says media scares over swine flu and bird flu flared up and died down, but left people sick or permanently disabled from the juice, which were almost mandatory. So they've had different diseases all throughout recent history. And the solution was what? Come get you a dose of the Jim Jones juice. Okay, you have other examples here. An otherwise quiet and calm school, church, or movie theater gets shot up by a crazed, drugged up gunman. The solution to the problem is gun control. Okay, so where I'm going with all of this is to show that what we're seeing in our reality is the people who are screaming there's a threat are doing so to plant that in your mind that that threat is real. So when they actually spring the actual propaganda through the mainstream media that this threat is real and then these events happen, now when they come with the solution or you scream for a solution, it's accepted and there's no pushback. And now they've gained another leg up in the war against mankind. Okay, so problem, reaction, solution. You've talked about the problem, which is the cyber terrorism. All right. And typically when you look at these particular problems, they're always, when these events happen, they always coincide with a drill, like Event 201 happened right before COVID happened. So what about the cyber pandemic? Could we say the same? We've talked about cyber POLYGON. Is that the only simulation and drill? Well, let's take a look here. This comes off the drive.com. It says the war zone. The National Guard just simulated a cyber attack that brought down utilities nationwide. This year's Cyber Yankee exercises simulated the increasingly likely scenario of cyber attacks crippling huge sections of the nation's infrastructure. June 23rd, 2021. So here it is. We see the military yet once again. Wherever these pandemics are, the military is always in the mix, in the middle of it, running war games, because these are military operations. Okay, these are exercises for them getting ready for when the event, when the exercise goes live and becomes the real event. And we're going to show that. We're going to show that. Okay. So they simulated these cyber attacks that took effect and took down utilities like your water, your electric, internet. Cyber Yankee. That's the name of it. And it goes into a lot of the same stuff we've already talked about, but I just wanted people, here it is, a similar ransomware cyber attack followed on the heels of the Colonial Pipeline attack in June 2021. I'm going to talk about this pipeline attack. But in and around these attacks that they say are real, you have drills being ran. coinciding with these attacks. It says a ransomware attack shut down the United States' largest fuel pipeline in May 2021, leading to fuel shortages on some parts of the East Coast. Officials for Georgia-based Colonial Pipeline eventually paid close to $5 million in ransom to end the cyber attack. So here it is. You have these so-called cyber terrorists, these hackers, who use a software program to hack a company, and they just so happen to hack the largest, fuel pipeline of all the companies they hack. And they say, in order to get your pipeline back online, we're holding it ransom with our malware, and we have the key to unlocking the virus, but you have to pay us money to get the key. That's what a ransomware attack is, right? Hostage. Your company has now been taken hostage to hackers, and you must pay up to get your company back. All the while, guess who suffers in all of this? Right? Your John and Jane Does who can't get gas. And it's not just with the fuel that this has happened. Okay? But military operations being sold to you in the form of cyber terrorism. This is warfare, brothers and sisters. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. And a lot of these people who are doing these things are vessels being used. Okay? They may not have any idea of what's really going on. But because they're not connected to the Most High, their frequency now is in tune with the devil, doing the devil's work to continue to promote his agenda. He can only do, there's two things, brothers and sisters. You have the Most High on one side, you have the devil on the other. They both have work that needs to be done. Neither can do the work that needs to get done without us. So it just comes down to, who are you working for? Right? What actions are your hands bringing forth with work? You're either doing the devil's work or you're doing the Most High's work. There is no in between. And if you're in disobedience, you're doing the devil's work. If you're not connected to that frequency through the Holy Spirit to the Most High, you're connected to the devil's frequency doing his work, helping him build the Tower of Babel, the board, the beast. Check this out. So while they're running these drills, this was right at the same time they're running these drills. This was June 23rd. Well, about 2 weeks later, and this is at the end. Remember, this was for 2 weeks. So as soon as these drills end, this article comes out on RT. Hackers demand $70 million to restore data from hundreds of companies hit by cyber attacks. The cyber criminals believed to be behind a devastating attack that left hundreds of companies worldwide offline have reportedly demanded $70 million to restore the data they're holding in ransom. Okay, so they're telling you and selling you on the story that there's some invisible boogeymen out there, cyber criminals, hackers, that have hacked hundreds of companies worldwide, and their companies are being held hostage for a ransom of $70 million. If you want to get your company back, you have to pay us this money to get the key to unlock the virus for your systems. And all the systems go down for that company. The name of this company, REVIL, Revil. A cybercrime gang. And we all know who is referred to as gang members and gangbangers. A cybercrime gang. Okay, this is the new boogeyman of the decades of the 2020s. That they're saying is the new reality. You're going to have to get used to this, of cyber attacks coming in, shutting down whole systems, affecting your way of life. And I can actually attest to this, because when I was looking to get done what I needed to get done for the sake of my being able to have a roof over my head, one of the companies I was working with that was trying to get something done for me actually got hit by this particular cyber attack, this ransomware attack. And it prevented me from and delayed me from getting things done I needed to do for my own personal, living and well-being. And this is going to be the new theme. You go to a grocery store, you go to a gas station, you go to a bank, you go to anywhere to do business to get something done, and you come in and they say, sorry, sir, sorry, ma'am, our systems are down. We've been hit by a cyber attack. Or they may not tell you it was a cyber attack. Right? But that's what it will be reported to be, or said to be. And with this happening in our reality and infrastructure, how long before this causes a collapse in our economy, in our system? All right. The system's already trying to recover from 2020 with things shutting down. What happens when the next shutdown comes with what happened in 2020 on top of a cyber attack shutdown? And it keeps compounding and keeps compounding and keeps compounding. Eventually the system's going to break. And who were they blaming on? The same way they blame 9/11 on Al-Qaeda, who then morphed and mutated into, or it was Taliban, mutated into Al-Qaeda and then mutated into ISIS. They have their invisible boogeyman already programmed in your mind that are responsible. And who does the U.S. always blame? Russia and China. Right? Who's the real culprit here? The powers that be, the principalities, the rulers of darkness
60 seconds.
Of this world. The rulers of this world who are deceiving the masses through propagandized lies. Psychological operations, false flags, to get you to buy into the lie and the new reality and accept the new way of life when the collapse happens. And then you'll already be ready to merge in with the new system because you will have your software upgrade, because you will be hacked. Through the real hackers, the ones who are giving you this juice.
10 seconds.
Check it out. MSN.com. Shut down everything. Global ransomware attack takes a small Maryland town offline. July 8, 2021. It was just after 12:30 p.m. on the Friday before the 4th of July holiday when a warning popped up on Lachelle McKay's computer screen. McKay, the town administrator for Leonardtown, Maryland, didn't have time to read the whole message before it disappeared, and her computer froze. Everything shut down. She said in an interview, "You couldn't open any document. You're completely locked from all your files." Massive ransomware. So what's going to happen, brothers and sisters, when your computer, your phone get hacked? The business you're running, the business you do business with, gets hacked and gets shut down, and your way of life is interrupted or impeded. Remember, problem, reaction, solution. There's a solution for all of this. We're going to get to the solution. We're going to get to the solution, but I want to show you how all these little events are happening. This is not just a one thing. They're showing us real time. And I'm going to tell you, my outlook on why, a big part of why they're getting ready for a shutdown of the internet. Check this out. Finance.yahoo.com. District Council declares Germany's first ever cyber catastrophe, July 10th, 2021. So you notice how all these things are happening right after what? Cyber Polygon, that simulation, and the National Guard's Cyber Yankee. No sooner than they finish running their drill, it goes live. Real time. Without a hiccup. A district council in eastern Germany has declared a disaster after its computer systems were paralyzed by a hacker in what the federal cybersecurity watchdog confirmed was the country's first ever cyber catastrophe. It says we are almost completely paralyzed. The spokesperson said, adding its offices would probably remain offline next week and giving no indication of when services would resume. And the invisible boogeyman rage on, right? Getting paid but can't be found. When, if anybody knows, the greatest hackers work for government. Not that there aren't people out there doing some petty stuff, on some hacker type stuff, but the greatest minds when it comes to that, they all work for government. The government would never allow the greatest minds when it comes to that not work for them, to be able to protect their system and to be able to better utilize it against the enemy, which is the people. That's the true enemy here. This war is being waged against us. But we wrestle not with flesh and blood. Can we see the devil in the details? So that's in Germany, but it doesn't stop there. The 10 biggest ransomware attacks of 2021. And this is off of illinois.turo.edu. Recent cyber attacks hit infrastructure and critical facilities across the U.S. June 10, 2021. Healthcare ransomware. During times of crisis, many hackers take advantage of upheaval and disorder and look for potential monetary gain. With the onset of the COVID-19 crisis in 2020, there was an increased attention on cyber attacks in the healthcare space. So now they're attacking the hospitals during a pandemic. High-profile ransomware attacks in 2021. The Colonial Pipeline. We just talked about that. Okay, some of you may have experienced that when it happened. Okay, where you weren't able to get gas or the gas prices skyrocketed. See that? Brentag, a chemical distribution company, stealing 150 gigabytes worth of data. Acer, a computer manufacturer, hacked by Revel, the hacker gang. JBS Foods, the biggest food distributor in the world. So you notice how the biggest distributors of gas, the biggest distributors of fuel are getting hit. The biggest meat processing company in the world. The same Russia-based hacking group that attacked Acer, Revel, is thought to be behind the attack. Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember, they had to have an invisible boogeyman. After World War II, before World War II, Russia was allies with the U.S. Germany was the enemy. After World War II, Germany became the ally with Operation Paperclip, and Russia became the new enemy, the new boogeyman. Quanta, another computer manufacturer. All these so-called experts in computers are getting hacked. Like they're in the wrong business. If you can't, you're in the computer making business and you're the ones that are getting hacked. You're in the wrong business. You might need to find another line of work. The NBA, National Basketball Association, hacked. Gigabytes stolen. I mean, this is just a bunch of foolishness that people will believe it is reality. AXA, the European Insurance Company, hacked. Ransomware. CNA, another insurance firm, hacked. CD Projekt, a video game development firm, hacked. Kia Motors, hacked. So that way when you're riding in your car and your Kia or your whatever other vehicle that's mainly a computer, when your cars we have now, mainly computers, that way when they take control of your computer and they run you off the side of the road or off a cliff, they can say, well, we got hacked. Oh, your bank account? Yeah, the money you had in there, it's all gone. We got hacked. We don't have it no more. And when you read Apocalypse of Baruch, it talks about a stupor and it talks about confusion. It talks about the attacks of the specters and the Shadim. Second Esdras talks about the great confusion. So that's what these are agents of chaos, agents of confusion. Okay? And majority of the confusion that they cause is through the mainstream media. But when they shut a company down and you go in there to do business and they say we can't do business because our systems are down, how is that going to affect your life? Again, they have a solution, a dire need for cybersecurity experts. So let's go to our next little segment here. Matter of fact, let me see if we have any callers before I go to the last segment. We're going to go to the solution now. But let's see if we have anybody on the blog talk that would like to speak. All right, so we don't have anyone in the blog talk that would like to speak. So now let's go to the last segment of the broadcast before we close out. Okay? Because now we're going to talk about cyber warfare. All right? Let us now talk about the cyber warfare. So here on Wikipedia.com, it says cyber warfare is the use of digital attacks to attack a nation, causing comparable harm to actual warfare and or disrupting the vital computer systems. There is significant debate among experts regarding the definition of cyber warfare. And even if such a thing exists, one view is that the term cyber warfare is a misnomer since no offensive cyber actions to date could be described as war. An alternative view is that cyber warfare is a suitable label for cyber attacks, which cause physical damage to people and objects in the real world. Okay. So, other definitions may include non-state actors such as terrorist groups, companies, political or ideological extremist groups, hacktivists, and transitional criminal organizations depending on the context of the work. Okay. So they're selling us on this whole idea that we are now in the age of cyber warfare and cyber terrorism. And I want to show you, brothers and sisters, something here before I go to the last articles to show you what the solution is. What is their end game in all of this? Here's an Illuminati card off the Illuminati card game. Now, mind you, this card game, even though it was in the making in the late 70s, it was really put out in the mid 90s. And during the time this was put out, computers weren't even really out there like that yet. The internet wasn't really out there. All this stuff was new, but yet and still, they understood and knew the future. The internet worm, right? The internet in the mid 90s was primitive, but yet somehow they knew that there would be worms. And you know, you can notice here that the worm with the triangle head with the all-seeing eye at the top. So we see the devil in the details. The internet worm. What about computer virus? And then it has the word back here, think, THIMK, right? For the dummies, the dumbed down masses that aren't thinking. Think. Right? Being sucked into a vortex, a black hole, the portal. Computer virus. Man, these people's crystal balls are on point. What about hackers? It says they give a +2 to any attempt to destroy or control any computer group. Right? Hackers. They knew about all of this in the mid 90s. There were going to be hackers. There was going to be computer viruses. There was going to be internet worms. Long before they ever happened. Right? So, here we are. The same World Economic Forum that did the Event 201 as well as Cyber Polygon. Guess what? In lieu of all the cyber terrorism, the cyber warfare, the cyber attacks, they decided to launch a coalition to tackle harmful online content. It says they've launched a global coalition to improve the safety of digital spaces, to best reduce the spread of child exploitation and abuse online, violent extremist and terrorist content, and health misinformation. I wonder what solution they have to tackle this problem. It will serve to exchange best practices for new online safety regulation. take coordinated action to reduce the risk of online harms and drive collaboration on programs to enhance digital media literacy. With the growing challenge of health misinformation, like when it comes to COVID, violent extremist and terrorist content, and the exploitation of children, there is an urgent need for more deliberate global coordination to improve digital safety. You don't say. They got to tackle this misinformation. That's a big problem for them, right? When it really should be that if a person is saying something that's not true, people should be able to think for themselves and make up their own mind, you would think, right? But not according to them. All the processes of the modern world are connected to the internet and information technologies, but at the same time, when we speak about high-tech processes, digitalization, we always know about the main goal: to create a safe online environment for our citizens. So the internet is not safe for us. They need to come in and make it safe. Right? That misinformation that's out there, that information that they're saying isn't true, is harmful for you. Right? But they're not. What they have for you is good for you. Okay, so what is going to be their solution to all these problems? The cyber warfare, the information warfare, because if they're saying it's misinformation, that means they're at war for the information, right? It's a war with their information versus those people that they're saying are bringing the misinformation. So what is their solution? Check this out. Zero Hedge. Leak exposes global abuse of cyber spying weapon to target politicians, activists, and journalists. An Israeli company's spyware was used in an attempted and successful hack of 37 smartphones belonging to journalists, government officials, and human rights activists around the world, according to an investigation by 17 media organizations published on January 18. So hey, you can't beat them at the information. Why not just hack them? Why not cyber spy on them? So they're talking about the cyber terrorism, but yet they're the ones targeting politicians, activists, and journalists. So it's okay if they use it for these purposes, but there is an invisible boogeyman out there coming to come against their system, and that's not acceptable. Pegasus is a very advanced malware that infects iOS and Android devices to allow operators of the spyware to copy messages, photos, calls, and other data, including secretly activate microphones and cameras. So they have the ability to hack into your stuff, and that's okay. They can use malware and spyware and all these things to hack you, right? And that's, that's for your safety. But should somebody come against their system, cyber terrorism, cyber crime, and matter of fact, if you're found and they're spying on you and you're found to be going against them, you'll then be labeled a terrorist and criminal also. Even though they're the ones that are unlawfully spying on you, you're the criminal, because whatever it is that you have, they don't like. Whatever you're talking about, they don't like. Okay, there's more here to this, but not going to go through it all as we're closing out. But I'm just showing you what they're looking to do as a solution to the cyber terrorism and those who they would deem terrorists one way or the other. What else are they looking to do? Democrat groups plan to fact check private text messages. So don't think that the fact checkers have stopped at Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. No. The fact checkers are now going to come into your private text messaging. And they're going to fact check your private text messages. So if you're texting someone and sending them something to someone else, the fact checker's disclaimer is going to come up in your phone and tell you that this is misinformation to whoever you're sending information to. That's the power that they're looking to now have. Who are the real hackers? And who are they really coming after? Problem, reaction, solution. Groups allied with the Biden administration are planning on working directly with cell phone network providers to fact check private SMS messages if they contain misinformation about the jabs. The Jim Jones juice. Boy, they are going through leaps and bounds when it comes to this, aren't they? I mean, the word that comes to my mind is desperation. Desperation. There's more. Zero Hedge. After massive web outage, Akamai implements fix says not cyber attack. So that's going to be the thing. When these events go live, they'll a lot of times, say, oh, it wasn't a cyber attack, but nonetheless, you're affected one way or the other. So there was an event where websites worldwide went down. At the peak of the disruption, at least 33, there goes your 33,000 websites worldwide were offline due to Akamai experiencing DNS failures. So this is going to be the next way how they do censorship. They'll just take down your website. Because it goes further than this platform that we're on right now. This isn't the only platform out there. You can have a private website where people can come and get information. How do they control that information? Well, we'll just say it was a cyber attack and take it down. And now you can't no longer digitally communicate. Okay, so they do this now with these major companies to get you used to the new reality. So let's check out all these companies that were affected. PlayStation Network, Fidelity, FedEx, Steam, UPS, Airbnb, Home Depot, USAA, Discover, US Bank, Costco, AT&T, Amazon, Delta, McDonald's, American Express, Expedia, Capital One, GoDaddy, Chase, Walt Disney, EA Sports, Google. All these websites were affected by this. All the main, some of the major hitters, all involved. To show you who, who's all part of this psyop of getting us ready for this new reality when you go to use the internet and it don't work. And that's what we told brothers and sisters a long time ago. These platforms are not going to be here forever. I think Elder Ricard said it today or recently. The real work starts when you're not in front of a computer screen. That's when the real work starts. Okay? Not to say that this hasn't been a blessing and hasn't been able to be used to reach people, but this isn't the real work. The real work is hands-on. But understand, brothers and sisters, the cyber wars are here. And the cyber police are coming. Right? For those who are spreading misinformation, according to their definition of misinformation, you are a cyber criminal. You will be thrown in jail, cyber jail. You may have your website seized. You may be fined. Hey, it could be actually real jail time. Here on this platform, we've been struck and hit with not copyright, but community guidelines, and that's where it starts. To where you have to be very careful with the words you use. Okay? So that's why we tell brothers and sisters who have social media, Facebook and those type of things, be careful what you say on there, because if you're on there talking crazy, that could later be used against you in the court of law. It's all, it's all hard copied online. Right? They have it all written out. They got your DNS. They got your IP address. Yep, it came from your computer, your MAC address. Yep, you said it. And there is a certain point to where, we do have to make a stand for what we believe. If they're trying to say you can't post scriptures and things like that, there does come a point in time where it's going to be where we stand for the Bible. Okay, but I'm just saying, be mindful, be careful, because this is the next phase of warfare that they're now looking to use for censorship. Is you've been hit by a cyber attack. Your computer goes down and you can't use your computer, or your website's down, or your Facebook page don't work no more, or you can't comment here or comment there. Cyber warfare by the real cyber criminals who are deeming you a cyber terrorist. Okay, last couple articles here to kind of confirm what's being said. This is on Zero Heads. What if the next major cyber attack targeted the internet? Over the past few months, I have been writing analysis on a planned crisis war game organized by the World Economic Forum called Cyber POLYGON. Why am I so interested in this war game? Well, many of my readers will recall that the last major simulation the WF and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation held was Event 201, a global pandemic exercise which portrayed an outbreak by disease spread by animal carriers to human, killing millions of people while forcing the shutdown of multiple first world economies. Event 201 was scheduled for October 2019. 2 months later, the exact pandemic scenario they simulated happened in real life, save a few minor details. Klaus Schwab, the head of WF, was quick to exploit the COVID outbreak as a rationale for the Great Reset agenda, a socialist reconstruction of the world's financial system and political structure that globalists have been clamoring for since at least 2014. Truly, the biggest beneficiaries of the pandemic were the same people that simulated the outbreak only months before during Event 201. So, of course, many people are beginning to wonder if lightning will strike twice for the globalists at the WEF. Will there be a large-scale cyber attack that brings down the international supply chain within the next few months? Will there be another miraculous coincidence that destabilizes the world's trade system and creates social strife? Talks about the Colonial Pipeline attack. He says Klaus Schwab talks about the next cyber attack would be a cyber pandemic, far worse and destructive scale when compared to COVID. He says, I realize that the next crisis may not need to involve resource manufacturers or suppliers. Rather, what if the next cyber attack was on the internet itself? Meaning, what if they say a cyber attack happened and the whole internet goes down? Here is what concerns me if there was a cyber attack on such weak points in the web and the attack involved a malicious worm or highly infectious weapon, then Klaus Schwab could very well get his cyber pandemic. The internet plays a much bigger role in daily life than you think. Payment networks, supply chains, distribution, and communication. Okay, you take down the communications, brothers and sisters. A lot of us communicate through the internet, through internet-based apps. It allows you to communicate with people worldwide through the internet. All that would be gone if the internet goes down. Meaning, the only communication you have could be the people who are around you. And this is the reason why we told people, brothers and sisters, a long time ago, don't rely on just the lessons on the internet. Get with a church in your local area and build with people physically. Because whatever you have and whatever you built, when this happens, that's what you will have. So if all your investment was into the internet, when the internet's gone and taken from you, the only way you get access back to the internet is through whatever they're saying you must do to get access back. And will you compromise yourself, right, to regain access? Banking and finance, including the stock market. Okay, internet would cause that to go down. Transportation, traffic lights, airlines, some railways and ports. The entire logistics industry would be in shambles. Utilities, electrical grids, and water. Okay? The internet controls all of these things. Imagine all of these things either not working or being affected one way or the other. And see, this is the next level of censorship. When they have their events, and they want to control the narrative, and they don't want us communicating for what's really happening, and there's a cyber attack, all the internet and servers go offline, you will only be able to be, and you will be forced to listen to state-run media. Okay? Whatever the TV is telling you is the information you will have to go by as the reality. And if that's the case, you might as well throw the TV out the window. Because you know you're not going to get truth there. You'll be looking for meat, breaking teeth on bones. Trying to filter through that madness. It says if the entire internet was shut down, we would witness an almost immediate global economic collapse. The internet is the nervous system of contemporary globalization. So they've purposely managed to structure the whole global construct on top of the internet as a foundation. Explicitly, digital interactions like core banking and payment networks and so on. But then even parts of the economy that initially seemed relatively disconnected would begin to grind to a halt because of the fact that all contemporary societies rely on long-distance supply chains. And long-distance supply chains rely on the internet. Almost immediate global economic collapse. Professor Graham continues, if there are two things that are guaranteed to cause chaos in the contemporary economy, it is an inability for food to be distributed and an inability for people to access money and the banking network. If you had no money, no food, what would you do? And for us that know the Bible and know prophecy, like, we can already understand pretty much, based upon a lot of what they tell us and show us, how it's going to play out to some degree or fashion. This is not rocket science. Like, they're telegraphing their whole play, their whole hand. Okay, and this kind of, connects to this last article here off of FDL Reporter. No phones, no internet, no AC. How prepared are we for a major power grid attack? This was May 11th, 2018. Okay, we talked about the grid going down, which can also be used to be blamed on a cyber attack. They also have the solar flare card, another invisible boogeyman where the sun has caused the grid to go down. And who can be mad at the sun? They'll just blame us and say because of global warming, because it's too many people. So it's our fault. The sun got mad and caused the electrical grid to go down, sending a flare out at the world. You see? So they'll continue to create the invisible boogeyman as to the reason why things are happening. All the while, it's their hand controlling the whole ordeal. Let me show y'all a quote here. We also had this Illuminati mind card, this Illuminati card game. We showed this card before. Orbital mind control lasers. Another good one. Orbital mind control lasers. The 5G going into the zombie because he drunk the juice, and he's becoming a cyborg to be controlled by the mind control lasers. But this quote right here from William Casey, CIA director in 1981. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. Let me read that again. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. So they want to talk about the disinformation, but will they bring this guy up with his disinformation? So they're telling you who the ones who are bringing the disinformation. Behind closed doors. In front of you, they're saying that the other side is bringing the misinformation. So their goal is to get you to believe their information, which they're telling you, the CIA director is telling you, is disinformation. And once you believe their disinformation, their program is complete. When everything they've told you, which is a lie, you believe is truth. And that takes us into round two. this fall, the new variant, right? Delta, Operation Dark Winter. They're getting ready for round 2 of that campaign while they're getting you ready for round 1 of this campaign. Now let's go to the scripture so we can finish this out and then conclude the broadcast for tonight. Let's go back to Ephesians chapter 6. We talked about the principalities and the well, before we go there, before we go back to those scriptures, I want to finish it out with the video, because I said we would talk about the solution. What is their solution to all of this? We got to control the cyber terrorists, the cyber criminals. We got to know whether or not you drunk the juice and taken the medical experiment. You know, we need to know all these things and control the whole situation. Okay? How are they going to know? What's their solution?
Charter City is stunned by the sudden rollout of Rook Unlimited's most fantastic device ever.
Fair use.
The Smart Mark. Throw your other devices away, because the Smart Mark is more than just a phone. It's part of you. Use it as cash. Book your travel. And even shoot video. Distribution points are all over the city. And don't let the lines discourage you. The Rook Unlimited Smart Mark is worth the wait.
I never realized how wonderful technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
And the best part? It's absolutely free.
The Smart Mark, at least what it's called here in this particular cartoon, will be the ultimate solution to all the problems. The collapse of the financial system, your money will be digitized. It can be accessed to what we know the scriptures refer to as the mark of the beast. There's hackers out there. Well, in order to know whether or not you're a hacker or not, the Smart Mark will allow you to authenticate through the internet to the network, so we know who you are and that you're not hacking the system. And you will be equipped with a MAC address, as some people are already shown to be who have drunken the juice, right? They've drunken the Jim Jones juice, participated in the experimental medical procedure, and when they stand next to the TV, their TV's picking them up as a Bluetooth device with a MAC address number. All right. To know whether or not you've drunk the juice or not, and have participated in our experimental medical procedure, all that will be on your Smart Mark too. Cell phone, no worries, no more need for upgrade. Smart Mark will do it all. And best of all, it's free. Like everything else they're pushing on you right now. The juice is free. Hey, I read to y'all the AT&T message on my phone. The 5G phones are free. It's all free. All of a sudden, everything's free that they're pushing on you, saying you have to get. Hey, it makes it very convenient to go get it. Let's say that again. You cannot forget the free part. We love free as a people. And the Smart Mark will bring order to your life. Order out of chaos. All the chaos going on, the confusion, don't worry. It's going to bring the order to your life that you need.
The wait.
I never realized how wonderful technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
And the best part? It's absolutely free. A gift of thanks to our city from Rook Unlimited.
23% of the population has been given the Smart Mark, number 1.
Time to test our system, number 6. The Flex Fighters are out there somewhere. Teaming up with Jonathan Rook. Let's put our new recruits to work. Subtly.
And because you drunk the juice, which is a software program, right? It's a software program to get you ready for the hardware with the mark. Now you can be hacked and controlled like a computer virus.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
And be a zombie.
I ought to find the Flex Fighters.
We should find the Flex Fighters. We should find the Flex Fighters.
Growing up in this city, the streets of Old Town, I saw the worst mankind had to offer. Chaos, disorder. I vowed to make it all change. To make it all better. All these years working in secret. Rising up the ranks of the tech men. It was all leading to this day. Order has finally been established in Charter City. No child will have to fear for their safety again.
The people owe you the greatest of debts, number 1, for liberating them from the chaos of their lives.
They're going to liberate you from the chaos of your lives. And here go your cyber criminals, your cyber terrorists right here. This is who they're looking for. Those who did not take the mark.
You guys love new tech. You didn't want to get smart marked? No way. That's clearly some shady biz. Who wants to be...
You call yourself a man of science. World order is our destiny. Submit to a smart mark and join the glorious victory of order over chaos, or you will be eliminated.
Grandpa, Mr. Savick, where is everybody?
They all went to get those foolish new devices.
What? No, they can't. Grandpa, those things are dangerous. It's a conspiracy. Mind control.
I knew it!
And your family will turn you in if you don't take the mark or drink the juice.
3 hours is enough time for us to get to our families. Maybe we can stop them before they get marked.
They seem to be establishing checkpoints of some kind. This is how they keep order.
This is the nightmare I warned you about.
And here comes the devil in the details. So you have the devil warning the people that this was the nightmare. So you can't say the devil didn't warn you. He said, this is the nightmare I've been warning you about. He's warned us all throughout movies, TV shows, cartoons, video games, Illuminati card game. I mean, you name it. He's telling you he's warned. He's warned us. You can't blame him.
People think smart marks are brand new Rook tech that will improve their lives. They don't know they're being tricked.
They don't know they're being tricked.
But your chip makes it possible to control everyone in Charter City, whether they're marked or not.
And then the last step, get their ubiquitous towers online. 5th generational cellular technology. With the cyborg police. And then, of course, you had a Macintosh,
Macintosh.
1984.
It does all the things you'd expect a business computer to do.
Commercial.
It does a lot of things you wouldn't expect a business computer to do.
So
It
Apple
does some things no other business computer
played
has
its
ever
role
done before. Of course, to do all this,
computerized
you will
piece
have to
system.
learn to do this. Macintosh. The computer for the rest of us.
And their goal was to get you to take a bite of the apple by getting the computer in your home. Once they get the computer in your home, the next step is to get it in the palm of your hand. So they couldn't have done it without us. But it wasn't just IBM.
The development of Macintosh by Apple has been paralleled by the work of leading software developers.
So the work of the Macintosh computer has been paralleled by leading software developers. Who was Bill Gates? He was he was coined as the face of Microsoft software development. He created software.
It's a great machine. It's a step forward in terms of the way it uses graphics and the speed. And this is a machine that a lot of people are going to be able to afford. That's a very, very useful machine. I was enthused. Microsoft doesn't work with new hardware very often, but we put a team of people on it from the beginning, and we're planning that over half of our retail sales next year will come from Macintosh software.
Who would have ever known this guy would then be leading up the campaign in 2020 for everyone to go get jabs? Oh, but once you find out Elon Musk said that the mRNA technology is like a computer program, oh, it makes sense. Right? This is computer technology in a syringe. And Bill Gates to this day still looks like he's trying to make it through puberty. But hey, that's another thing for another day.
At the back of Macintosh, you'll find two built-in ports for connecting a printer, a modem, or to Apple Bus, Apple's own local area network, as well as a dedicated port for an external disk drive. The Image Writer printer from Apple is specially designed for Macintosh. By plugging a modem into your Macintosh, you can communicate by telephone with electronic databases and news services.
Now, this technology is primitive now, but back then, this was a luxury to have this type of technology in your house. So look at the advancements they've made from that point, which was the mid-'80s, up until now.
You can also emulate DEC VT100 and IBM 3278 terminals.
And there goes your IBM terminal, right alongside with Apple and Microsoft. So IBM has had a steady part and played a steady part in all of this, getting us ready, prepared to take the mark of the beast. First, we must get the software in them, which is the juice. Once they have the software, they'll be ready for the hardware. We'll get them connected to the internet through the 5G. So the hardware is the last piece in this equation. Right? Once the hardware is in you, the 5G will connect you and the software will already be running through your veins.
You can expand the storage capacity of your Macintosh with an external disk drive, just like the one we built in. And if you work with lots of numbers, you'll appreciate the optional numeric keypad. And when you're ready to travel, Macintosh can...
All right, so just one last video. I'm not going to play it all, of Klaus Schwab talking about cyber polygon. I'm just going to play a couple minutes of this. I will leave the link in the description for you brothers and sisters. You can watch this whole clip, 13 minutes long, of Klaus Schwab talking about cyber polygon 2021.
Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Hermann Gref, dear participants, it's a great privilege to address you for the second year in a row here at the Cyber Polygon. We have come together today to discuss how we can develop secure digital ecosystems and protect companies, but also societies, from cyber attacks. We must do so with a broader mission in mind, to improve the state of our digital world by enhancing, on the one hand, global cooperation, but also public-private cooperation. I'm pleased that we are joined today by Prime Minister Justin. Dear Prime Minister, global and public-private cooperation is really critical to addressing our shared cybersecurity challenges. We are grateful for the long cooperation which the World Economic Forum has established with the Russian Federation, both with government but also with the business community. I wish to thank particularly Hermann Gref, CEO and Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank, and a committed partner of the World Economic Forum and actually a member of its Board of Trustees and a co-founder of the Center for Cybersecurity. We greatly, Hermann, appreciate your leadership in championing cybersecurity across the financial system and across the world. Allow me now to reflect on today's theme, which is to develop secure digital ecosystems. It is remarkable how quickly this goal has become so important around the world. 3 years ago, we initiated our Center for Cybersecurity at the World Economic Forum. We recognized already then the crucial importance of cybersecurity as a global issue and as a corporate challenge. We did not expect, however, that digital connectivity and cybersecurity would come to support and influence every aspect of our business and social lives, as it has done, particularly in the past year. Digital connections are embedded in our homes, our workplaces, and through operational technology, our critical infrastructure.
So he starts to go in and talk about how our world has just become digitalized and the whole purpose of Cyber Polygon. So you can check this video out in the description once I link it. And just to close out with these scriptures here, final words. Final words for tonight's broadcast. Just with all things being said, we talked about not wrestling with flesh and blood, but the prince of the power of the air. So I want to now talk about how do we fight this power? How do we fight against the prince of power of the air? Okay, let's go to Corinthians. How do we fight this spiritual war? Second Corinthians chapter 2. Excuse me, 2 Corinthians chapter 10. And we're going to start at verse 3. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 3. For we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. Remember, we wrestle not with flesh and blood. Okay, so we're not fighting against Klaus Schwab. We're not fighting against Bill Gates. We're fighting against the spiritual entities that have inhabited them and that they're giving host to. Their masters. That's who we're fighting against. So we have to see past those men. Those men have made a choice to serve those spirits, to serve those fallen angels as their gods. Okay, that's who we're fighting against. Those invisible, unseen forces. Okay, there are real invisible boogeymen. They're called demons. Not what they would make you think invisible, the invisible boogeymen are. Verse 4, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. Okay, so our weapons are not carnal. Okay, but they have the ability, if we are able to tap into the right weaponry, the spiritual weaponry, to pulling down of strongholds, meaning we can pull down their whole system of lies and expose and be able to see it for what it really is, if we can just see the devil in the details. Verse 5, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. And there goes that word again, obedience. And we're going to talk about that word obedience at the end of this. Okay, but all of these lies, delusions, fairy tales, fantasies that they're pushing out here right now, the only way we can fight against that and pull them down is through Christ. Right? Through the Spirit that the Most High has poured upon all flesh in these end times, which is the Holy Spirit, the Comforter. That's how we fight in this battle. Let's go to Ephesians chapter 6. Okay, because Ephesians chapter 6 tells us to take on the full armor of God. Okay, what is the full armor of God? That we may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil and be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Verse 13, wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. This is how we stand in these times. How do we stand? Verse 14, stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth. It's the first thing. We must have truth. Christ is the truth. And then everything after him, but it's established after him. It's established on him as the cornerstone. And having on the breastplate of righteousness. Right? That's our obedience. Doing the right things according to the Most High, not according to what we think. We're doing things our way, according to how we think, and making excuses and trying to justify it. And this is the reason I can't do this, and this is the reason I can't do that. That's not righteousness. That's not taking accountability. All right? That's you being compromised. Verse 15, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Okay? We must walk in peace in these times. Because it's in that peace that's going to allow us to gain those to Christ, and it's going to allow us to gain the upper hand in the situation. If you're hostile for no reason, that's not how you gain favor in the situation. Look how Christ dealt with Pontius Pilate. Look how he dealt with the Pharisees. Okay. Above all, verse 16, taking the shield of faith. Okay, so our faith has to be strong. Faith over fear. If you're fearful, you can't fend off the devil's attacks. If you have faith, you can fend off all of his attacks and knock them back the other way. It says, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. All right. And take the helmet of salvation. Okay, that's being wise as serpent. That's the wisdom. The knowledge of Christ to receive salvation, to be saved. And the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. All right, let's get the sword of the Spirit, because that's what we use to fight back with against the devil. Okay, let's go to the book of Hebrews. How do we fight in this war? The armor of God, our weapon. Sword of the Spirit. Hebrews 4:12. For the word of God is quick and powerful. The word of God is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and as a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. So the sword of the Spirit not only is a weapon that we use against those who are working for the devil, but it's also to fight against the demons that will try to come into our mind to distort that frequency between the Most High God. That word which is used to have in our minds to secure our salvation, to discern our thoughts and intents of the heart, to make sure they're on Christ and they're not on the imaginations of this world. Okay, so the sword not only is used against others, when they come and how to deal with them, but when the demons come for you and try to take you as a host and try to come into your mind, you're there to have those words of God, of the Bible, in your mind. Now let's go back to Ephesians chapter 2 to close it out. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 2. Wherein in time past ye walked according to the course of this world. So those of us who at one point didn't have this knowledge, a lot of us have been baptized. So we walked a different walk before baptism. According to the ways of the world. According to what Babylon taught us how to walk, how to be. According to the prince of the power of the air. The spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So I wanted to deal with that disobedience because we've seen that disobedience several times now in the scriptures that we've read. And what I want to say is that all this information, brothers and sisters, is great. All the information we go through, whether it's the broadcast or the academy, all that information is great. But if we don't have the obedience to go with the information, all the information means nothing. And that's the biggest part for us as a people, is the obedience. Okay? We come into the understanding and we still walk according to the course of this world, according to the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience, the fallen angels. We follow after their example by doing whatever we want to do. All right. Wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times and strength of thy salvation. Okay. But the information itself is not going to save you. Knowing is only half the battle. You must execute what you know. And if you're being disobedient to the Most High God first, to the men which are an extension of him, who he's put up as leaders to lead and guide you, to wives out there that have husbands who are walking according to walking according to the Most High God, children who are being disobedient to their parents. If we're being disobedient, the information means nothing. It's all for nothing. Okay? We must learn first what obedience is. And then once we've learned it, we must learn to follow it to a T. And it's those who are walking in the course of obedience that have the connection and have the right frequency to be able to tune in, got the right number to tune in to the Most High God through the Holy Spirit to get the direct connection and instruction on what to do when it comes to when things break down. There's no internet, there's no electric grid. What do I do? Where do I go? Life situations happen. How do I navigate this life situation? My job. Okay, you must be tuned completely in. And when there's disobedience there's distortion. And then we hear a voice coming in. We think it's him and it's the devil. We're on the wrong frequency. The prince of the power of the air has the frequency, and we're tuned into that frequency. All right. So I just wanted to just state that that's the biggest issue I see with our people is obedience. I think the elders had the broadcast Wednesday. Children of rebellious children, a rebellious nation, right? Rebellion, which is disobedience. So, hey, you have it all figured out. You want to do things according to you and your way, and you think that's the best way to do it, then you have to live with your decisions and what you do. Okay, but the Most High didn't put men here to lead and guide you for nothing. He didn't just put them here for you to just take information from them and then live how you want to live. Okay, they are shepherds and bishops over your soul. Okay, so that's the broadcast for tonight. I hope you brothers and sisters were edified by the information. Hope you were able to draw the same parallels and connect the same dots that I got when I started looking at the information and seeing just how layered it is and how connected things are right now. And this is not a time to be scared. None of us as leaders are scared. So follow our lead. Lean on us for strength. Women, lean on your husbands for strength. Children, lean on your parents for strength. That's the order. If this is a time where you're fearful and you're out there making rash decisions, emotional decisions, you're going to get taken by the devil. That's the times we're in. And then if a person gets to that place and they're in the depot, we may not be able to help you out of that hole. You have to make a choice. Okay, so probably we won't be here next Friday, probably be every other week for now. But definitely stay tuned in to the channel. You'll get your updates should we go on. You'll see a post stating that we're going to be on. If you don't see a post, then we're not going to be on. And hope you brothers and sisters have a blessed Sabbath, blessed weekend. Stay strong in the might of the Most High, His Son, and the Holy Spirit. Until next time, seek Zion. Keep your eyes on the kingdom. And hope to see you brothers and sisters again soon. Shabbat Shalom.